Good afternoon, Committee on Finance will come to order. We have two agendas this afternoon. We have a 1:30 agenda and a 2:30 agenda. We wanted to thank the members and audience testifiers who are joining us via Zoom. So first up, we have Senate Bill 696, Senate Draft 1 relating to Festival of the Pacific Arts. First up, it is DBED.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. DBED supports this measure and we stand on our written testimony, and I'll be here if you have any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is Kalani Nana. Sorry if I said that.
No problem. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kalani Ka'ana, Chairman of the Commission.
Kalani.
We stand on our written aloha, and we stand on our written testimony and support.
You're doing double duty.
Double duty.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. With that, any questions? If not, let's move on to the next one. Senate Bill 697, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to Kalaupapa Month. First up, it is Joseph Lapilio.
Good morning, Chair Luke and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Joseph Lapilio, Executive Director of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. We've submitted testimony. In summary, we support this and we ask for your support of the bill so that we can make sure we remember the more than 8,000 people who were sent to Kalaupapa. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next up is Reverend Larry Silva. Okay, thank you. We also have residents of Kalaupapa who signed up for Zoom. Is there anyone?
They will not be on Zoom, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 939. House Draft 1 relating to Juneteenth Day. First up, it is Mr. Michael Goloich Jr.
Good morning, afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and the members of the committee. Michael Goloich Jr. on behalf of the LGBT Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. The LGBT Caucus stands in proud support of this measure, and we encourage you to move it forward. We also would like to take this opportunity to thank Samantha Nayland for her leadership and guidance in helping making sure this important issue was brought to light. And we encourage you to pass this bill. Mahalo for the time, and I'll be available if needed.
Thank you. Next up is Sandy Ma, Common Cause.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Sandy Ma for Common Cause Hawaii. We stand in written support of this measure. Thank you, and available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Samantha Nayland, Hawaii for Juneteenth.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. As you may know, this week, Derek Chauvin, a former Minneapolis police officer, stands on trial for the murder of George Floyd. This comes at the same time that we are seeing a rise in hate crimes against the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Now more than ever, we need to pass SB 939 to ensure that our future generations here in Hawaii are educated on the dangers of systemic racism and how it influences our society today. As the first ever African-American to hold the title of Miss Hawaii USA and the founder of Hawaii for Juneteenth, a coalition of over 50 local elected officials, businesses, nonprofits, and advocacy groups, I urge you to honor the Aloha spirit by taking this much needed step towards ending racial disparity in Hawaii. As a reminder, Hawaii is currently one of only 3 states that has yet to pass legislation recognizing Juneteenth. This is not who we are. This is not something we want to be known for. We are a state of aloha. We welcome everyone. We are a diverse melting pot, and we need to pass legislation that ensures we are truly representing ourselves for the welcoming community that we are. Aloha.
That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 934, relating to measurement standards. First up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke Morasaka for the Department of Agriculture. The department will stand on its written testimony supporting the intent and offering comments regarding this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Servco Pacific.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, Laurie Lem on behalf of Servco. We'll stand on our testimony in support and ask for your consideration in passing the bill with an amendment to the effective date to take effect upon approval. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. Ulupono will stand on its testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Western States Hydrogen Alliance.
Hi, sorry, this is Roxana Beck-Mohamedy with the Western States Hydrogen Alliance. We strongly support SB 934. We thank Senator Wakai for running this bill. The Western States Hydrogen Alliance, also known as WISHUS, is comprised of original equipment manufacturers, technology providers, and public entities that are focused on the accelerated deployment of hydrogen and fuel cell technologies in the commercial and industrial sectors, including fuel cell electric vehicles and trucking, busing, locomotive, aviation, and maritime. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Gas.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Julie Junker with Hawaii Gas, where we are a national leader in utilizing hydrogen as a clean fuel in our pipelines. We are in strong support of this bill, which is a necessary step to promoting hydrogen for transportation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Lastly, it's Hawaii Food Industry Association. Not present. Okay, that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions, members? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 348, House Draft 1. First up, it is Sierra Club.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen. On behalf of the Sierra Club's for 1 million members, the Marine team strongly supports SB 348 for both its environmental and economic benefits. Otherwise, we stand on our written testimony. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hawaii Food Industry Association. Let's see it. They weren't there in the prior one, so I'm assuming they're not here. Okay, thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1054. First up, it is Office of Planning.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Rodney Funakoshi for the State Office of Planning. OP stands on its written testimony in strong support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 140. First up, it is Hawaii Community Development Authority.
Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, my name is Craig Nakamoto. I'm providing testimony on behalf of Executive Director Nupani, who could not make it today. We have submitted written testimony in support, and I'm available for questions. We also want to reiterate that this new program allows HCDA to focus on infrastructure developments that support TOD zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is DLNR.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Ian Hirokawa with DLNR Land Division. I will stand on a written testimony in support of the measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Office of Planning.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. Rodney Funakoshi for the State Office of Planning. OP stands on its written testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Bronco.
for HCDA? Would this bill potentially apply to a community which does not have a rail station but has a bus transfer center, transportation hub, bus station, or station?
Representative Bronco, the definition of TOD zones is potentially brought up, but the intent is to apply to TOD transit zones, transit areas.
So in the past, the city and county indicated that a bus transit center would be built in Kailua. If this is done, what would protect downtown Kailua from being included in the zoning variants and other exemptions included in this bill?
So Representative Bronco, I know there's some concerns from other communities about the extent of this. As I said in my testimony, this bill is limited to HCD focusing on infrastructure development that supports TOD.
But could it be possibly done in Kailua under this legislation?
It's possible that it could be done.
So how do we correct that? Because I do understand the need that there are some rural communities that do want the development, but then there are other communities like my own that are fearful of this type of development.
We could suggest some language that limits the applicability of this, but the intent is to make it applicable to to statewide.
Thank you. I had flagged this up in our previous in the water land hearing, and our community has great concerns about this bill. We don't want to hamper other development on other regions, but for Kailua, we do have major concerns with this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Martin.
Hi, same line of questioning, same community. What if this is really intended for rail? Would it be possible to just include the word rail to specify that it is not about bus stations, but about rail stations?
I suppose it's possible to add some language.
And you would still have the benefits intended by this bill.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Representative Kobayashi.
In Waterland, we were told that given limited resources, there would be no activity outside of rail terminals. Can you confirm that?
Representative Kobayashi, I'll confirm that and I'll get back to the committee.
If so, then I think that possibly an amended definition or some sort of language to separate rail terminals from any other terminal might be in order. Maybe somebody can work on that between now and conference.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Representative.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair.
Question for State Office of Planning. Office of Planning. Yes. So my question is, in your testimony, you assume that the measure is to help TOD designated areas on Oahu and the neighbor islands. How would limiting language impact this measure?
Yeah, we have not intended to limit it to rail. In order to extend to the neighbor islands, you would not want to include that particular word rail, because the neighbor islands rely on bus transit rather than rail. But certainly the concern is noted, but as already mentioned by HCDA, the intent is really to facilitate regional infrastructure. So HCDA's purview would not include any vertical or zoning or land use related efforts. It would simply be facilitating regional infrastructures to support TOD, which hopefully is welcome in any community, but this would be limited to public transit stations that are designated, by the county and would also be designated by HCDA.
You know, since TOD is mainly some of the ordinances done by the counties, could the counties then limit what areas would then be focused within this measure?
Presumably, yes, that would be the coordinated effort for the state and the counties to, establish and designate these areas that would be, acceptable for HCDA to facilitate infrastructure.
Also, providing guidance or language that would then improve or provide that guidance for counties to ensure that we do not impact communities that do not want to expand on their TOD area.
Yeah, certainly that would
Would that
be,
be done in this bill or on the county level?
yeah. I'm not sure that it needs to be done in this bill, but certainly it could be, but it would be hard to word. It's probably more an implementation and coordination mechanism that it has to be done, between the state and the counties to ensure there's mutual agreement.
No,
and
thank you.
benefit.
Understanding the importance of affordable housing. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ilagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rodney, can the county just do it by resolution on like a moratorium in certain areas?
Yeah, I think so, because the state would not want to do anything, adverse to the counties. So this is fully intended to be respectful of county planning and zoning. So certainly that could be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 538 relating to Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. First up, it is Hawaii Civil Rights Commission.
Let's see, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I'm Robin Wurtzel on behalf, sorry, my camera there, on behalf of the Civil Rights Commission. The commission strongly supports this bill, Senate Bill 538, House Draft 1. At the same time, we do want to note serious concern over possible diminished enforcement capacity if proposed staffing cuts and budget cuts are imposed, and we already are short-staffed due to the hiring freeze. I want to clarify that this measure would return jurisdiction to the Civil Rights Commission that we had prior to December 2017. It would not include jurisdiction over the Department of Education for IDEA cases, but it would include jurisdiction of complaints that are within the jurisdiction of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and also 504 complaints against the University of Hawaii system. Thanks. We stand on our testimony and are available for questions.
Thank you. Next up is Department of Education.
Aloha, I'm Beth Schimmelfinnig. I'm the Director for Civil Rights Compliance, Office of Talent Management. I'm testifying in behalf of Dr. Christina Kishimoto. We stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is National Federation of the Blind.
Chair, this is Brandon Young with the National Federation of the Blind of Hawaii. And I'm testifying this afternoon. We're in support of this bill. We're definitely in support of the Civil Rights Commission and the work that they do. And so we definitely support their mission and are in support of passage of this bill.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
It is Peter Fritz.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I will stand on my written testimony in support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Linda Elenco.
Let's see. Aloha, I am parking my car. This is Linda Elento. Thank you for the opportunity to present a brief testimony. I am a parent in Kaneohe, and I was a part of the case that's referenced in this particular bill. I wanted to express my support, except for the clause regarding IDEA. And the reason for that is that two reasons. Under the Department of Education's testimony, it references under IDEA regarding the complaints under 504 in the Office of Civil Rights. I wanted to clarify the Office of Civil Rights in the United States Department of Education is not under IDEA. And there seems to be some confusion here as to what kind of complaints that the Civil Rights Commission is seeking to have authority over. When it comes to students with disabilities, they might qualify for special education or they might not, or parents actually might choose not to have their child have special education, but regular education with possibly 504 supports. So what's really critical in this particular bill is what is meant by within the scope of the IDEA, which is the federal special ed law, but it also covers infants and toddlers. And it's quite extensive as far as what types of, processes are available. But when it comes to disability rights discrimination complaints, IDEA has no authority over that. Any concern of due process that's necessary is, let's see, it doesn't, it only requires a denial of faith or for the reason being that the free appropriate public education is not being offered. That would be the reason why you would want to, or you would have to file due process or make a complaint that's required. Otherwise, any other process that's been made available through the state or the federal government is optional. And we believe the state wants to protect our kids with disabilities without confusion. And for that reason, the disabilities, a discrimination complaint, such as ones that I have made most recently a year ago against the Department of Education, because my son, who does have special education, was being told he had to pay extra money, which was quite a bit, in order to attend and participate in our state secondary student conference, which is actually a mandate within our Hawaii revised statutes. By the time we got all the supports he needed, I was able to get the help of the Legal Aid Society, which it's a legal matter. And that's something that we would hope the commission would take serious and be able to support our students with a phone call rather than us having to either be ignored or have to try to find an attorney or wait 6 months, which I've done before in the past when I have worked with the United States Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. Thank you very much for your time. And I appreciate if you consider passing this bill as it is now with the defective date in order to encourage a conference meeting between the House and the Senate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1220. This is relating to criminal history record checks. First up, it is University of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Hirakami from the University of Hawaii Office of Human Resources. Thank you for this opportunity to present our testimony and support. We will be standing on our written testimony today, but I'll be available to answer any questions that the committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 134, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to emergency powers. First up, it is Common Cause.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sandy Ma for Common Cause Hawaii. We stand in our written comments and support the SB 134 SD1 HD1, and we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it is Brian Black.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Black, Executive Director for the Civil Beat Law Center for the Public Interest. I'll stand on written comments in support of the bill, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Susan Cola Davis. Okay, Miss Susan Picola Davis.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill, SB 134. Originally, this bill in the Senate referenced preventing the suspension of requests for public records or vital statistics. During the time that it was in the Senate, I continued to vote in support of the bill in order for the public to get access to the public records. Now it's transferred over into the House, and there's been 12 new elements to give the governor additional emergency powers. Because of that, now I need to oppose this bill because of the additional content. However, if I really wanted the part about the public records, then I would have to support it and just accept the fact that this other information is added in. We have seen this happen lately in the House, where the bill is getting heard, and then all of a sudden, there's a lot of new elements to the bill. And what I'm learning about the legislative process will be embedded in my memory forever. And I understand it more as I participate as my civic duty. And when SB 266 comes up, it is another indication of the same type of actions that are going on. And if possible, I would like to be added to Zoom for SB 266. If not, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any other any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 970. This is relating to telehealth. First up, it is CCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alani Kyoki, Hawaii Medical Board, Executive Officer of the Hawaii Medical Board. I will stand on my written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, it is Healthcare Association of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our strong support of this measure. This is a priority for our members and for providers in the state. And we really appreciate your past support of this measure and have noted that we have asked for an effective date in our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Kaiser Permanente.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Jonathan Ching for Kaiser Permanente. We will also stand on our testimony and strong support, also offering the same amendment being put forward by the Healthcare Association. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 266, House Draft, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1, relating to coronavirus 2019 pandemic. First up, it is Department of Defense.
Is not present.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not present.
Not there? Okay, thank you very much. DHS.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Joseph Campos, Deputy Director of Department of Human Services. We stand on our written testimony in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Myung-oh here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce Hawaii. We stand on our written testimony in support. Be available for any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Cara Flores.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm testifying on behalf of several members of our community and our group Hale Hawaii. We are in opposition to this bill as it is now written. We do not find that the way this legislation is trying to get passed is ethical. And I really feel that Linda Ichiyama should be ashamed of herself for adding this in as a technical, non-substantial change when they added in the language for House Bill 1286. Adding such a controversial Oahu-centric piece of legislation to an appropriations bill is sneaky, it's unethical, and it's probably unconstitutional by the Hawaii State Constitution. This is not technical or non-substantial change. It is very substantial. And why should the public trust any representative that supports such unethical methods of passing legislation? This adds language that harms neighbor islands. It removes the emergency brake if things get worse with COVID-19. It takes away executive branch power to have emergency actions from the mayor and from the governor. This is not based on metrics. So as we've been talking about, we need to be able to pivot if things get better, or things get worse. By putting something into law, you are making it permanent and therefore not easy to pivot. So it goes against all of the planning and everything the state has been telling us this far. This is very inappropriate, the way it's happening, the way the legislation's happening, and overall the idea of this bill in the first place, trying to take away executive branch power, emergency powers, and give them to the legislature. This is turning our pandemic policy into law and can ultimately end up being unconstitutional by the United States, because it could end up being a violation of basic civil liberties. Right now, we can put a quarantine in place because we're under a state of emergency. But what happens if we're no longer under a state of emergency and we're still requiring a quarantine? I strongly suggest that Part 2, the inserting of House Bill 1286 language into this appropriation bill, be removed, because otherwise this is likely to get tied up in court and it's going to slow down much needed COVID-19 funding for the state while it has to go through the process of being fought out in court. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up, it is Michael Galois Jr.
Aloha again, Michael Goy Jr. on behalf of the LGBT caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. Unfortunately, we are in opposition to this bill as is currently drafted. We support the original intent. We want to make that perfectly clear of the original version of this bill, but we do have questions about and we have opposition to the insertion of HB 1286 into this bill. And the only other thing we'd like to bring is that I think actually that's it. On behalf of the LGBT caucus, we thank you for hearing us and have a great afternoon. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Retail Merchants of Hawaii.
Yamaki is not present.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is James Raymond.
Aloha, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and Finance Committee members.
Aloha.
My name is James Raymond. Until January of last year, I served as the Deputy Attorney General for the state of Hawaii. And I'm retired now and speak only as a concerned citizen in strong opposition to the inclusion of HB 1286, the Uniform Travel Bill, introduced as Part 2 of the Senate's appropriation bill for COVID relief, Senate Bill 266. Now, HB 1286 is bad. Everyone except the tourism lobby understands that. As shown by testimony from health experts, taking away the governor's power to act quickly and putting it in a static statutory form drafted solely for the benefit of the tourism lobby is a terrible plan. especially with the unknown impact of the variants which the Safe Travels Plan has already allowed to leak onto our shores. By forcing HB 1286 into SB 266 is even worse, but for different reasons. The public expects the legislature to operate logically and in good faith. Recent events in Washington have made the public particularly sensitive to bad faith political wranglings and deceitful practices. Hawaii expects much more from our legislature. Yet here we are. Despite the Speaker's success in the House, the bill was tabled by the Senate and should have ended there. But the House Speaker decided that his will was superior to the will of the Senate, and so he shoehorned HB 1286 into a COVID appropriation bill, thinking that no one could vote against it. But the Hawaii Constitution doesn't allow the legislature to engage in those kind of shenanigans. What's even more troubling is that the House Speaker believes that he has the unchecked power to coerce the Senate to go along with his scheme, and that the governor will think it's a good idea as well. So here you are, Finance Committee members, and the House Speaker fully expects you to back this bad scheme with your vote. But I'm offering you a way out, a way to avoid saying no to the House Speaker so you can preserve your political capital for other uses. Because the Hawaii Constitution laid out prohibitions against the kind of manipulative procedure engaged in by the House Speaker. You can pass the responsibility over to the Attorney General and let her tell the House Speaker no. But if no AG review of this specific issue is requested by a legislator, there's no guarantee that a review will occur, even if it gets to the governor's desk. There are hundreds of bills to review, and illegal budget provisos are among the least of AG's worries at this point. There are plenty of unconstitutional budgetary provisos that slip by without notice, or with the assurance that they aren't worthy of a challenge and they go unnoticed. This will have to be challenged and will have to be requested for the AG to review it. So I sincerely request that the committee either do the right thing and amend the bill by removing HB 1286 from this appropriation bill, or at the very least allow time for and request an expedited review by the Attorney General before caving to the House Speaker and voting for a very bad bill. I'll remain available for questions for the duration of the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, it is Lynn Otogoro.
I'm sorry, I was waiting to be told by the clerk that it was my turn. Aloha. Aloha, Chair and members of the committee. I'm testifying in opposition to Part 2 of SB 266 that incorporates the provisions of former HB 1286. I ask that SB 266 be amended to delete Part 2. When there is an emergency, we look to our government to protect us. The problem with Part 2 of this bill is that it limits the state's emergency powers. It locks into place a travel protocol that does not align with our Department of Health's recommendations. But worse than that, it takes away the state's ability to act quickly, even if we find that a change in the travel protocols is needed to keep our people healthy and safe. Earlier this week, the CDC talked about impending doom with rising COVID cases. Last week, the House COVID Committee was told that we are in a vulnerable time and that vaccines are not enough to carry us through the variants that have already started. It would be foolish to tie our hands now and limit our ability to respond quickly. So I agree with what James Raymond just told you. And I ask you to think about this. Kauai is rejoining the Safe Travels program, and most of the concerns regarding confusion about travel requirements can be addressed through better messaging and communication. These provisions are not needed, and they make it harder to protect our state. Please amend this bill to take out Part 2 provisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Kai DuPont.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you. Thank you. I am not a great speaker, and I do really want to stand on my testimony as well as to really support what Kara, James, Lynn, Michael have all said. The way that this was done was really inappropriate. and improper. This is not adding the contents of HB 1286 in is not technical. It's not substantive. A bill, according to our Constitution, Article 3, Section 14, requires that each law embrace one subject. Appropriations and safe travel are two completely different subjects. It was not supported by the Lieutenant Governor, would have been vetoed by the governor, and yet this was a real sneaky way to add it in. And I have to say, it really erodes public confidence in the way our laws are done. I feel like I have to be a watchdog now, and I've always been somebody who supported the legislature. I do have to say that Maui is in really, really bad shape. Our infection rate is terrible. Our mayor is looking at the need for a second test right now in order to protect us. We have the variants here. I really want you to think about what if we don't have the ability to pivot and the new variants attack young people, attack children. I am a grandmother, and what will your conscience feel like then? The laws have always been Oahu centric and really have not been paying attention to Maui people and how badly we are suffering. So I really don't think that having a statewide law would be a benefit to the neighbor islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, it is Lee Altenberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke and committee members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon.
I'm Professor Lee Altenberg with the graduate faculty in Ecology, Evolution, and Conservation Biology at UH Manoa. I'm one of 2 theoretical population geneticists in the state of Hawaii, and I feel a professional obligation to apply my expertise to the problems of the pandemic here. I'm testifying as an individual. I stand by my written testimony. I oppose the inclusion of the language of HB 1286 in SB 266. First, the Senate tabled HB 1286 because it is inflexible. Second, HB 1286 contravenes parts of HRS 127A in an appropriations bill. Did you check with the Attorney General that this is not an unconstitutional proviso? Third, the CDC has never approved the Safe Travels Protocol. The CDC recommends that passengers quarantine after their flights and take a second test after arrival. HB 1286 prohibits this recommended quarantine. I want to bring special attention to a study published just last week in the Lancet Infectious Diseases by authors from Stanford, UC San Francisco, and Harvard. Their computational study predicts that the Safe Travels Protocol gives only a 36% reduction in the exposures of residents from COVID-infected travelers. This result completely undermines claims that the Safe Travels Protocol is protecting us from infected travelers. The Department of Health needs to follow up this report with more departure studies, as was done on Maui recently. The implication of this study is that we are getting 64% of the exposure from infected travelers as we would get with no testing and no quarantine at all. Furthermore, it finds that a protocol like what Kauai has adopted would reduce exposure by 70%. So suppose that a vaccine we were taking was found to be only 36% effective, but another vaccine was 70% effective. HB 1286 forces everybody to get this 36% effective choice and prohibits the governor or mayors from choosing the 70% effective choice. And this prohibition would last through December. So what could possibly go wrong between now and December? All of the variants of concern, save the P1 Brazilian variant, have penetrated the Safe Travels program and are here in Hawaii. An outbreak of hundreds of cases of P1 is happening now in Vancouver. There are several flights a day from Vancouver to Hawaii. The P1 Brazilian variant is overwhelming the healthcare system in Brazil. It is 1.5 to 2.5 times as infectious as the old variants. If P1 were to be established in Hawaii in the next few weeks, it could overwhelm our rate of vaccination. Forbes reported 2 weeks ago that a variant has been found in France that is not even detected by the PCR test. And all 8 patients in the cluster infected with that variant died. Last week, a survey of international epidemiologists came out, which finds that most of them expect a variant to evolve that renders our current vaccines useless. And a third of them expect that this could happen by December. So all of these threats require that the governor and mayors retain the full armamentarium of actions available to them under HRS 127A. The language of HB 1286 would disable these responses. Please delete it from from Senate Bill 266. And I will stay on in case you have any questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next up is Joanne Yukimura. Okay, and I think prior.
I am present. Hello.
Oh, Joanne.
Yeah, hi,
Hi,
Chair.
Joanne.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and committee members. And Chair Luke, thank you for allowing us to give our full testimony. As you can see, it's full of important information. My name is Joanne Yukimura. I speak as a concerned citizen of the state of Hawaii from my home island of Kauai, and I'm speaking to ask you to remove Section 2 from Senate Bill 266. With 3 times the population of Hawaii, New Zealand has had a total of 2,500 COVID cases and 26 deaths, while Hawaii has had 29,600 cases and 460 deaths. The important question is this: in superbly protecting its citizens, what kind of economy has New Zealand's science-based elimination strategy produced? In December of last year, after essentially eliminating community spread, New Zealand achieved a dramatic V-shaped recovery, including a 14% surge in GNP and a 0.4 expansion of the economy instead of a predicted 1.8% decline. Through similar efforts, 3 other countries in the world, Taiwan, China, and Ireland, have also achieved full economic recovery. And they've done this because they impose strict rules to control the virus, thus laying the groundwork for economic rejuvenation. These 4 examples validate the admonition of Hawaii economist Paul Brubaker, who said, "You don't solve the economic problem until you solve the epidemiological problem." The problem in Hawaii is that its biggest industry, in order to operate, has to bring in travelers, which bring in the virus, a continuous stream of the virus. If Hawaii wants economic recovery, we must find a safe way to welcome visitors back. And a year ago, a group of doctors and myself and other community leaders presented such a plan to the governor and Mayor Kawakami. The state's one test plan is not a safe plan. It did not stop the various variants from coming into Hawaii. And now the California variant has become the dominant variant on Maui, 40% more contagious than the original SARS virus. It is fanning the dramatic and dangerous surge on Maui. And on Kauai, we're keeping careful track of the COVID cases. We have not had any instance of community spread since January 16, 2020. All cases since January 16 have been travel related, 8 returning residents and 15 visitors, showing that even with a second test in a resort bubble, travel and travelers are fueling the infections on Kauai. And if now, instead of 50 visitors a day, we start getting 6,000 visitors a day, that's a huge increase in the viral inflow into our island. To force a county to follow an unsafe plan is unconscionable. And while Mayor Kawakami has announced Kauai's rejoining, he and the other mayors should have the right to change policies with concurrence of the governor if circumstances change and the health and safety of residents require it. And recently it was announced today that businesses are trying to convince, they're going to offer incentives on Kauai for visitors to take a second test. But when it's a voluntary thing, we don't know how many visitors will actually take advantage of that. But everyone recognizes that a second test is really safer. So to tie the executive emergency decision-making power of the mayors and the governor to a cumbersome legislative process when the legislature is in session for only 3 months a year is egregious public policy. We want tourism back, but only if a system is set up to keep it safe. And Dr. Duhai, a Pearl City High School graduate. Oh no, he was a Punahou graduate, but he grew up in Pearl City. He's working with the industry on Kauai for a rapid test. And those are the ways we need to have the flexibility to adopt in order to make it safer. Thank you. Please demonstrate your courage and integrity in public decision-making and remove the text of HB 1286 from Senate Bill 266. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I know this one individual didn't sign up for the Zoom, but she mentioned in another bill that she would like to testify for this, so I'll allow that, and that is Susan Piccola Davis. I think she's still on.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Chair Luke. I don't know how to follow all the previous presenters and how well they articulated the concerns of adding HB 1286 into this bill 266. I was listening to Lee Altenberg, and he asked if anybody had checked with the AG's office. Immediately after I had found out that HB 1286 was added in, the next morning I called the AG's office. They have a legislative division, and I was told that they do not review every bill. And if I had a problem with what I was asking them about, that I would have to call the chair, Linda Ishiyama from the Pandemic Disaster Preparedness Committee, and raise my concern with her. I raised it with the clerk, but I never did get a call back from Linda. Then he also referred to the study that was done recently and published in Lancet. And one of the things that was brought out was that the interpretation, which is inside of the study, states that routine asymptomatic testing for COVID before travel can be an effective strategy to reduce passenger risk of infection during travel, although abbreviated quarantine with post-travel testing is probably needed to reduce population level transmission due to importation of infection when traveling from high to low incidence rate, which is like Maui would have been a low incidence rate had the variants and had they been protected. They're also talking about an additional test, which the public has been addressing for quite some time now, about getting a second test probably within 3 days of arrival in order to make sure that they are in fact
not in
negative. Okay, so lastly, to just add in my opinion, I was very in favor of SB 266 because it's appropriations. But now that HB 1286 has been added in, it becomes a political dance called log rolling. Having a hearing, testimonies, and discussion, and then during decision making, Chair Ichiyama adds HB 1286 is a form of deception. At no time did any of the testimonies for that bill during that hearing mention anything about safe travels. It was all about appropriations. How could anyone? This was added after the hearing and the public testimony and discussion was already finalized. How does it occur? Log rolling occurs frequently when lawmakers, unencumbered by pressure from party leaders, push through a bill that benefits their constituencies but is financed by all taxpayers. I don't think that definition really applies exactly here, because I do think that committee members were pressured, as stated by Mr. Raymond earlier. And I do appreciate also hearing from how do you say it? From Kara, Raymond, Lynn, Michael, Kai, Lee Ottenberg, and I didn't get the last lady's name, but I think your testimonies were very strong in allowing this committee to understand that adding HB 1286 into an appropriations bill is not a very fair thing to do for the public. We don't want to have to read every HD1 after we've read SD1, SD2. With the HD1 coming in, changing everything. And I'm not saying that the Senate isn't doing the same thing. All I'm saying is that this is causing a lot of mistrust and now watchdogs out here trying to figure out what's going on with the bills. Chair Luke, thank you. I really appreciate you adding me in.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Professor Altenberg, did I hear you correct that there is a COVID variant now that is not detected by a standard COVID test?
Yes, that's correct. This was reported in Forbes magazine 2 weeks ago, and there was 8 cases of this that were detected through full genome sequencing, but are not detected by the PCR test that's in use.
So I'm sorry, 8 cases where and how prevalent?
This was in Brittany, France, so it's not a prevalent variant, but it's showing the possibilities for what the variants can do in their evolution, and that I think requires that we maintain flexibility in the face of these emergents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wildberger.
Thank you. For Mr. Altenberg, could you just touch on versus the fact that we're rolling out vaccine, how that is going up against our current existing Safe Travels One test plan?
So we are in a race between the variants and the vaccinations. The race began for the variants on October 15th, and the vaccinations are trying to catch up with that. So in terms of any data we have available, it's touch and go as to whether the most contagious variants, the UK variant, are going to be suppressed by the rate of vaccination that we currently have. So if the rate of vaccination goes way up, that chance of an overwhelming outbreak goes down, but the possibility still can't be excluded. And so the UK variant is the biggest variant, the most infectious of the variants that have been identified here in Hawaii so far.
Thank you. And for Ms. Yukimura, please, if you don't mind indulging me, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Yukimura, can you talk a little bit about what's going on in Kauai with potentially a second voluntary arrival test?
Yes, thank you, Representative Wildberger. Our goal has always been a safe way to welcome visitors back, and with the Kauai re-entering the states, I hate to say it because it's not a safe travels plan, it's an unsafe travel plan. With Kauai re-entering that, we, the citizens and the leaders, are very concerned that we will see much more spread, and then that it will go into the community again, as it did after October 15th. We have a good rate of vaccination, but as Dr. Altenberg pointed out, we're not out of danger yet. And as the more rapidly spreading variants come in, we're really still in danger. So, and the Department of Health has said that a second test is safer. So our community has been looking for a way to keep safe even as we re-enter the state's one test plan. And because we're not allowed to make it mandatory, we're looking to make the second test voluntary and to incentivize visitor participation in the second test. So the Chamber of Commerce is inviting businesses to offer discounts to visitors who participate in the voluntary second test. But we are concerned that not a lot of visitors will take that incentive because, one, they don't want to find out that they're positive on vacation. And you know, it's kind of a bother. And if that's the case, we have no way of tracking what's happening to visitors. The fact that we have this second test with the resort bubble up till April 5th means that we've been able to track our visitors. But once that, because we required the second test. But the person who is making the second test possible and really feasible is Dr. Francis Duhay. And he is a Pearl City, born and raised in Pearl City, and has a biotech company that is now providing an accurate rapid test, which is a turnaround in 15 minutes. The Senate president and a few House members saw a demonstration of that. And I would urge your committee, before you keep this bill in committee or take out section 2, because asked to be briefed by Dr. Duhay, because if there is a variant that is immune to our vaccines, we're going to be back at block 1, and we're going to have a way to find a safe way to bring our tourists back. We want them to come back, but it has to be a safe way. And I think Dr. Duhay has a system that we could demonstrate on Kauai that would be a safe way for visitors to come back.
Thank you very much. I'll comment that Maui's positivity rate is now 3.5 today. I'm interested if anybody from HIEMA or Department of Defense is here to testify.
They are not present.
Oh, I would ask about their testimony. Seem to not understand perhaps that 1286 was inserted into 266 based on how it read to me. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Kobayashi?
I'm wondering if former AG James Raymond is still around.
I hope so.
Yes, hello, aloha.
You mentioned the AG opinion from 1986. As I recall, that had particular relevance to provisos in the budget bill. Does it also have relevance to any other appropriation bill?
Well, keep in mind, now that I'm retired, unlike a few years ago when my opinion would have counted for something, it really doesn't. So I can tell you what my thoughts are, but I strongly encourage you that the only answer that matters will come from the AG. And they, you know, sometimes lawyers disagree. So I would say yes, because it also, if you keep in mind, if you look at that Attorney General Opinion 86-8, and it's from 1986, but some things, you know, got settled, and this opinion is still widely cited when deputies analyze provisos. Now, the prohibition comes from the Constitution. It's very broad. It's called the one subject rule, and it's not really specific, but it's been interpreted through case law to, for one thing, mean that of particular importance in this case is that by putting HB 1286 into the appropriations bill or any other bill, it changes existing law. And that's a red flag. That's a trigger to say, no, that's another subject. You want to change existing law. You can't do it by putting a proviso in an appropriations bill. The bill, whether you call it a budget bill or an appropriation, is, I think, not the most important element. But the fact that this bill 1286 changes Chapter 127A, it changes the governor's powers under that law. That's the key, in my opinion. So I hope that, does that clarify it at all?
No, not really. I mean, I was in the legislature in 1986, and I remember a time before 1986 where we did insert into the budget bill provisos that change HRS language. But that was clearly in my mind the budget bill, which would be hundreds of pages or hundreds of items long. Anyway,
Well,
Thank
the
you.
length of the bill really is immaterial. What what's at issue is whether it's changes existing law, and the fact that many things slip through that don't get called because, as I tried to explain in my testimony, it's, if you say, here's some money to do this, and by the way, you also have to do that.
I think Representative Kobayashi is satisfied with your answer. So if you can move on.
I have another question.
Okay. Yeah,
Would a severance
Representative
clause,
Kobayashi has another question.
would a severance clause cure at least part of the problem?
Well, that's an excellent point. I was debating whether to try to go into that level of detail in my testimony, but I stopped short of that. As you probably saw, the Attorney General Opinion 86-8 talks about, and other Attorney General findings talks about, if there's an illegal, unconstitutional proviso in a bill, that ordinarily the whole bill is killed. But as a common practice in legal documents, they can be a survivability, a sever. It says, look, if anything in this bill is found to be unconstitutional, illegal, the intent is that part be excised to the extent necessary to make it legal.
Oh, the severance clause.
Yeah, so it would have the same effect as taking out HB 1286 if it was saved. It's a way to kind of give yourself some insurance.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1401, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2 relating to transportation. First up is Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the Finance Committee, Jay Butay for DOT. We stand on our testimony in support. We support complete streets by designing and building our highways that is safe for everyone, including pedestrians, motorists, and bicyclists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair Luke and members of the committee. I'm Lola Urban representing Dr. Libby Char. The Department of Health supports SB 1401 and defers to the Department of Transportation regarding the implementation and fiscal impacts of the bill. Public Health is speaking up because in terms of complete streets, it is a way for people to integrate physical activity into their daily movement. And only 1/4 of adults in Hawaii meet the National Physical Activity recommendations. So thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you. Next up is Ulupono.
Thank you, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, Micah Munekata, on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We'll stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any other, any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. Next bill is Senate Bill 1402, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1 relating to transportation. First up, it is Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair. This is Lola Irvin again for the Department of Health, and thank you, members of the committee. The Department of Health supports SB 1402 and again defers to the Department of Transportation regarding the implementation and fiscal impacts of the bill. Public Health is supportive of this because this bill looks at creating contiguous transit modes. And so in terms of people who rely on public transport or may need to connect then by walking, by bicycling and using bike paths, it does improve then access to basic needs such as healthy foods, healthcare, education, and employment. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. Next up is Department of Transportation.
Aloha, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. Next up is Ulupono.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ulupono will stand on his testimony in strong support.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to Senate Bill 57. First up, it is Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. Next up is Honolulu Police Department.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, members of the committee. Major Calvin Tong with the Honolulu Police Department. We stand by our testimony in support of this bill.
Thank you. Next is Oahu Motorsports Association.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I forgot to unmute. Lee Cobian here. I'm with the Oahu Motorsports Association. We stand by our testimony in support of Senate Bill 57 to repeal recon. I want to emphasize Oahu is the only island with recon. Other islands don't have it, and there's not a problem with it. And keep in mind, this by no means are we asking to remove the safety inspection. The safety inspection is going to stay. Safety inspection has always been more stringent than the recon. And again, I emphasize in 1960, the recon started for the purpose of inspecting vehicles for stolen parts because it was prevalent in Oahu, and the other islands don't have it. On our last committee report, this is what it says. It says, the purpose of the Reconstruction Vehicle Inspection Program is to ensure that modifications to motor vehicles do not result in a significant degradation of the highway safety. Now, from all of our, if my inspectors, friends, and mechanics were here at the Zoom, they would go crazy reading that. The intent of recon was never for safety or to check to make sure that any modifications is going to make a vehicle heavier and destroy the roads. There is no modification on a sport vehicle that could turn a class 1 or class 2 vehicle into the weight of class 3. Okay, these are your weekend sports cars. And so I really think it's very important that the DOT kind of has a little more discussion regarding that statement because it's not valid. And the intent of this was to repeal recon, and it went from repealing to now to a temporary, from starting if it passes from 2022 to 2025, and to reinstate the recon in 2025 automatically, unless the DOT comes up with a just cause to say, okay, we can still repeal recon. So if the DOT doesn't have the report, we're back to square one. And again, I emphasize the recon was about stolen vehicle parts. It wasn't about safety. The current safety rule stays, and that's a lot more stringent. And I stand by my testimony. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. There's no other testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Vice Chair?
Yes, DOT.
Yes, Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Director. My question is regarding, since we only have recon on Oahu, but we have vehicle inspection, and I know vehicle inspection changed several years back from a safety inspection to more of a vehicle inspection. And we have the vehicle inspection in place because it helps us draw down federal funds. wanted to do recon, but also look at vehicle inspection. What does the state need to do to ensure that we can draw down federal funds while looking at a program that already that would meet the requirements from the federal government to draw down those funds? Like, in other words, do we need a vehicle inspection too?
Vice Chair, that's a very important question. So if you don't mind, can you unmute John Lovestead? He's my subject matter expert. I think we need the safety inspection, but John, can you answer the question?
Yes. John?
Lovestead.
Not present. Yeah, if you unmute him. The only reason why I asked is because other states don't have a vehicle inspection requirement. So if we're going to make it easier and safer for everyone, why not look at the whole process?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. The inspection program is not associated with any federal money. The state could do away with the program and not suffer the loss of federal money.
Okay,
and the program isn't supported at all by federal money either.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. We are on Senate Bill 1166, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2, relating to rentals for public land leases, Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Ian Hirokawa with DLNR Land Division. We'll stand on our written testimony in strong support of the measure and be available for any questions from the members. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the testifiers we have stated they'll be testifying on Senate Bill 1166. Members, any questions on this measure? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure. Senate Bill, wait. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes. Moving on to Senate Bill 1162. First up we have is Department of Land and Natural Resources, Irene.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Irene Sprecher for the department on this measure. We'll stand in strong support of the bill, and we believe it'll help streamline the program and make us a little bit more conscious about how we spend funding under that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the individuals indicating they would be testifying via Zoom. Members, any questions on this measure? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next measure, Senate Bill 795. Relating to small boat harbor fees. And then first up, we have Department of Land and Natural Resources, Megan Statz.
Aloha, Vice Chair, committee members. Megan Statz, Assistant Administrator for the Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. The department stands on its written testimony strongly supporting this measure, and we're here for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, next, we have Scott Allen.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, aloha everyone. My name is Scott Allen and I thank you for this opportunity to give testimony today. As a longtime resident of Hawaii's public harbor system, I strongly oppose this bill on three basic premises. One, the fair market value established via CBRE appraisal already used to increase mooring rates 2 years ago, reported values using hypothetical rather than actual conditions. According to CBRE, the mooring fees reported assumed all DOBOR's deferred maintenance projects at the harbors have been completed. At Kehi Harbor alone, this deferred maintenance is over $18 million, and there are no visible signs that any of the work has been completed over the years since mooring increases were imposed. This means current rates are likely already well above market value for harbors in the condition in which they are. Two, not enough information has been collected to understand the impact, both social and financial of the previous mooring increase in 2019. Currently, Kehi Harbor has decreased occupancy by upwards of 20% with no new boats entering the harbor. It is not known how current revenues compare to what was initially projected before the fees were increased. 3, no concessions have been made for low and fixed income residents who cannot afford sudden and drastic increases to their housing expenses. To add insult to injury, another bill this session wants to make it a misdemeanor for those who cannot afford these increases, cannot sell their boats in a boating market that has tanked, and abandon their boat because they are responsible for their mooring fees as long as their boat is at the harbor. I urge you to defer this bill until it includes language requiring mooring and living fees to be set using appraisals which have transparent appraisal methods and reflect current harbor conditions. More data is publicly available about change in harbor occupancies and revenues since fees were increased in 2019, and a strategy is put in place to prevent pricing low and fixed income residents out of their home during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Thomas Sultano. Okay. We have James Callahan.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. My name is James Callahan. I'm a liveaboard boater at the Alawai Small Boat Harbor, and I oppose Senate Bill 795 SD2 HD1. The current language proposed in this bill would increase principal habitation permit fees to a level equal to that of commercial operators. Commercial boaters, commercial operators attract hundreds of passengers daily to the harbor, loading and unloading multiple trips 7 days a week. They also have the option of transferring their commercial mooring permit with their business. And they have the possibility of passing fee increases onto their customers. A liveaboard boater is the eyes and ears for the harbor master, helping to reduce crime and protect neighboring boats. Liveaboard boaters do not have the privilege to transfer or sell their liveaboard slip when they sell their vessel. Liveaboard boaters are on a fixed income. I encourage the committee to consider other options and changing the language in this bill so that liveaboards shall pay in lieu of the mooring fee a principal habitation fee of 150% of the mooring fee for a boat of equal size. This change would make the current liveaboard fee structure, keep it in proportion to other fee structures at the harbor instead of equating liveaboards to that of commercial operators. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, James. Next we have is Rob Johnson. Okay, thank you. That's all the indicated individuals that will be testifying over Zoom. Members, any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For DOT, it was mentioned that a certain kind of appraisal method, CBRE, may not fully take into account whether there is current up-to-date improvements. Is that correct?
You mean DLNR?
Oh, I'm sorry, DLNR.
Yeah, Chair, Kobayashi, the small boat harbors is not under jurisdiction.
Yes, Director. The question was.
I'm
to
sorry,
DLNR.
I have the wrong guy. DOT Boating Division.
Maybe Megan could answer that. Stats.
Thank you, Representative. The CBRE appraisal takes into account surrounding areas as well as the conditions within the facility, from my understanding.
So the comment that the CBRE appraisal does not take into account the lack of perhaps $18 million worth of repair and maintenance is incorrect?
Well, we do have $300 million of deferred maintenance. And although I know that some of the boaters don't agree with the appraisal, we didn't find that there was any issues with the appraisal format. The reason why the wording is we're requesting to have it changed is our Attorney General's office requested that we just clarify having the appraisal done at fair market value.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, Representative Wildberger, then Representative Tam.
Thank you, Vice Chair. For Ms. Stats in Dobor, please. One of the testifiers already mentioned that rates were increased 2 years ago. Could you describe what percentage the slip fees went up for both commercial and non-commercial permit holders?
Thank you, Rep. Wildberger. It varied depending on the facility. I don't have the percentages offhand.
It's about double, right? The rates were doubled 2 years ago.
I don't think that they were doubled. I believe Alawai, for example, may have been around $9 a foot. And I think right now it's at $13 a foot. So it definitely didn't double. There may have been some smaller facilities, perhaps like Wailoa Small Boat Harbor, may have increased a little bit more than some of the other facilities.
Thanks. And to clarify, I understand that Dobor is not just charging for vessel length based on foot, but actual slip length. And so you might have a 25-foot vessel, but you're occupying a 30-foot slip. And so you're getting charged also for that extra space that used to be only counted in vessel length. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was an administrative rule change that we proceeded to do in 2019, excuse me, I'm off on my years. Yes, and that went through the process of the rulemaking process as well.
And then how does Dobor go about analyzing how it's going to do improvements at various facilities?
We do work closely with our engineering branch, and we try to address the most important or necessary repair and maintenance projects first. So we do work with our district managers on all islands to try to address that. The issue that we've had in trying to do some of the repair and maintenance was the ceiling increase, and hopefully we get that this year, which will allow us to use more of the funding that we have to do the repair and maintenance in our facilities.
And is there any prioritization over what kind of income a facility brings in versus whether or not it gets upgrades? I notice anecdotally very disparaging conditions in neighbor island harbors versus Oahu harbors.
It depends when we get capital improvement project funds. Some of the projects or repair or maintenance that needs to be done is outside of the scope of what the boating special fund can be used for. Some of it does need to have capital improvement project funds. But we've been able to do some repair and maintenance in other places. And a lot of it comes down to where's the safety issues, and that ends up being our priorities. So hopefully with the fee increase that we're talking about doing, we're able to kind of use that money and with the ceiling increase to do a lot more repairs in a lot of our facilities.
Thanks. I would want an audit of Dobor before I wanted to approve further increases. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Representative Tam.
My question's for Dobor. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. So you mentioned $300 million in deferred maintenance. Has there ever been an incident where that deferred maintenance resulted in any legal action against the division?
Not that I'm aware of.
But there's a possibility or no?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to defer to our AG's office for that. I don't have that answer. I'm sorry.
So is there ever a possibility that the boat harbor, if it doesn't come up with the funds, would sell any harbor to a private entity simply because Dobar could no longer keep up with the fund, with the maintenance?
No, there's a process, and we would need legislative approval to enter into a public-private partnership. And we do not have that approval.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 791, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1 relating to vessels. First up, it is DLNR.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Megan Stats again with the Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. The department stands on its written testimony in strong support of this measure, and we do request that the measure be amended to be effective upon approval, if that's possible. And I'm here to answer any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Bronco.
For Megan, I just wanted to ask if I'm pretty sure you're aware of the recent situation in our community with the boat in front of Kainalu Elementary. I just wanted you to possibly expand on how this measure would help you folks be able to assist in the removal of these types of vessels. Sure.
Thank you, Rep. Bronco. Yes, we're very aware of the vessel that was by Kainalu Elementary. This particular bill, by allowing the time to be shortened, would allow any entity whose jurisdiction it is, where the vessel will be able to remove the vessel in a more timely manner. We've had so many situations where the vessel is sitting there for over 30 days, sometimes 45 days, sometimes longer, just trying to go through the legal process. And by having this and shortening the time, that'll allow us to act a lot faster on situations like the Kailua vessel.
One more question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Would this measure allow DLNR or the city and county to go after the last owner of the boat to pay for the fees of towing or impounding, et cetera? Because I do know this type of work is done at considerable cost to the city and county as well as DLNR. So I want to make sure that those who wrongfully leave their boats are paying for the disposal.
Right. So we've gone after any boats that have been abandoned for any kind of additional costs that we would incur to impound it, to dispose of it, et cetera. We would go after the last known registered owner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the last bill, Senate Bill 1313, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2 relating to sport fish. First up, it is DLNR.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Brian Nielsen, Administrator for Division of Aquatic Resources. We stand on our written testimony providing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, members of the committee. Morris Sata on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. We stand on our testimony, written testimony, offering comments concerning the possible unintended consequences of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Peruso.
For Morris, quick question. So in your testimony or in the testimony of the department, you note that it's not necessary to include the largemouth bass on the CA list for restocking purposes, that it could actually be placed on the restricted animal list, which would still give the DLNR the ability to import without allowing private individuals or pet stores to import or possess or sell. Is that your position, that you would prefer that it be placed on the RB list rather than the CA list?
I believe that's the case, but could I call forward Jonathan Ho, who is in charge of our quarantine program?
Sure. Is Jonathan on?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want me to repeat my question, Mr. Ho?
Yeah, I can only ask them to unmute.
Oh, okay.
So I've sent it twice already.
Oh, okay. So
Mr. Ho? Mr. Ho, can you unmute and answer Representative Caruso's question?
aloha, Mr. Ho. Did you want me to repeat my question?
He looks confused.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Did you hear my question? Do you want me to repeat it?
Yes, could you please repeat your question? I'm sorry about that.
Sure, no problem. So the department submitted testimony basically on the second page saying that it might be wiser if we're going to talk about restocking this fish to put it on the RB list rather than the CA list, so that we would not, like private individuals would, or pet stores would not then have the capacity to import, possess, or sell as a pet. So is that part of the argument that the department is making?
Jonathan Ho, acting plant and quarantine branch manager. So the idea is to go through the review process, and without having gone through the review specifically for this species, the northern largemouth bass. There is a similar species, the Florida largemouth bass, which is on the RB list, and the idea is that because that one species is there, it's very possible that through the review it would the northern largemouth bass may also be placed there, but it wouldn't affect the ability to meet the intent of the measure. So it's just more there's been a lot of idea that it has to be on the, it seems to be the need to place it on the conditionally approved list. And it's just to clarify that that's not necessarily the case, and that should it be placed on a higher level of restriction, such as the restricted B list, you can still meet the intent of the measure. I think that was the whole idea with that particular portion of the testimony.
I see. And many of the testifiers make the argument that the largemouth bass has been in Lake Wilson for 125 years. And so therefore it does not pose a threat to native species in Lake Wilson, and then somehow by implication to waters downstream. Has your department or any other department done a recent comprehensive survey of the fish populations in the waters downstream from the spillway of Wahiawa Dam?
So plant quarantine wouldn't have had done that. I'm not sure if anybody from DAR is on, but I believe that they may have done that. And I think with regards to, plant quarantine's authority with regards to managing the importation and possession of a particular species, the whole intent is to deal with not necessarily just Lake Wilson, but I think with any other body of water within the state. And because the species is there, obviously I think what's occurred in the lake and downstream doesn't seem to be a problem at this point. But I think we need to be able to think about other bodies of water besides this one. And I think that's what the idea of the review process is to make sure that what's approved potentially for Lake Wilson is not necessarily what's going to be approved for any other body of water. And I think that's, where the department's testimony is. We want to make sure that it can be done in an appropriate manner, in an appropriate place.
But to clarify, Lake Wilson is connected to other bodies of water. It's not isolated, right?
Yeah,
It's
so
into the ocean through streams.
Correct. And so, like, for example, like for example, the board has the authority to create conditions specific to a particular use. So, for example, stocking of the fish into the Wahiwa public reservoir. Should the board approve that, the consideration of the connecting bodies of water and the possibility of the fish moving between them is going to be taken into consideration.
Okay.
I was going more along the lines of, if it's approved for Lake Wilson, do we want it in Homaluhia Reservoir, for example, right? Completely different scenarios. That fish does not exist there, right? So should the DAR or the Board of Agriculture want to approve that, right? So I think that's where the system does have quite a bit of specificity to allow very specific projects for specific areas, not necessarily
I'm mostly just worried about Lake Wilson right now. So thank you, though.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Wildberger?
Thank you, Chair. For Brian Nielsen of DAR, could you speak a little bit about perhaps the risk of an invasive species getting out of control inadvertently as we potentially experiment with non-native species here in Hawaii?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Rep. Wildberger. So yeah, this species definitely has invasive traits. We, as Mr. Ho mentioned, we wouldn't want this species introduced to other water bodies, but since this largemouth bass species has already been introduced to Lake Wilson, that ship has sailed. There's an established population. We haven't had a chance to survey connecting water bodies recently, but I would assume, that we would be able to find this species in connecting water bodies, but we wouldn't expect that new areas would be invaded by importing new stock of the same species that already exists there. Again, that ship has sailed. So I guess I don't see any added impacts for introducing this species, but we certainly, would not want to introduce this species to another water body. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead. Quick
Your
follow-up question for Dar. So is there unanimity amongst you and your colleagues with respect to this question?
I believe so. We do have a aquatic invasive species biologist. They did run a risk assessment of this species, and yeah, it came up high risk for invasiveness. But again, the species already exists there, so new impacts, anything like that, we don't see any new impacts from introducing the same species. But again,
Okay,
would not want to.
I ask because that's not what I've heard. I've heard conflicting positions from different people in your department. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's recess for decision-making. Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on our 1:30 agenda. First up, it is Senate Bill 696, Senate Draft 1 relating to Festival of Pacific Arts. Recommendation is to pass as a HT1, inserting a defective effective date. Any questions or discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 696 SD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Note and excuse member McDermott will be noted on the whole agenda. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 697, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to Kalaupapa Month. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, inserting a defective effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? Not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 697 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 939, House Draft 1 relating to Juneteenth Day. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, inserting a defective effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 939 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 934, House Draft 1 relating to measurement standards. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 934 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 348, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to bottled water. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 348 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1054, Senate Draft 2 relating to brownfields cleanup revolving loan fund. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1054 SD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? Chair recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 140, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2 relating to community development. We heard some of the concerns from the windward communities. I encourage you folks to work with each CDA and the subject matter chairs. This has a defective effective date, so will not pass without us taking a look at it again in conference. So with that, recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 140 SD2 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Bronco and Representative Martin. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? Okay. All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 538, House Draft 1 relating to Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 538 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1220, Senate Draft 1 relating to criminal history record checks. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1220 SD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 134, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to emergency powers. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 134 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 970, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1 relating to telehealth with the concurrence of the subject matter chairs. Recommendation is to pass as a HC2, making the effective date July 1, 2021 with a technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 970 SD2 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 266, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1, relating to coronavirus 2019 pandemic. This will be deferred until end of calendar or end of the last agenda on Wednesday, next week, Wednesday. Next up is Senate Bill 1401, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2, relating to transportation. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1401 SD2 HD2, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1402, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1, relating to transportation. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1402 SD2 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 57, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2, relating to vehicle inspections. Recommendation is to pass as a HD3, making all the effective dates into defective effective dates and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting
Oh,
on
Representative Peruso, yeah, okay. If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 557 SD2 HD2, recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Peruso. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1166, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2, relating to rentals for public land leases. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1166 SD2 HD2, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Wildberger. Any other members voting reservations? Okay, any member is voting no? Okay, and I have a no by Representative Peruso. Any other members voting no? All other present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1162, Senate Draft 2, relating to forest stewardship. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1, inserting a defective effective date and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1162 SD2, recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 795, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1, relating to state small boat harbor fees. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Representative Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be voting with reservations. I understand the dire need to fix the $300 million in deferred maintenance, but I understand as well that the cost of living has made it difficult for people to live in Hawaii, and the liveaboards only have that option.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion, Representative Wildberger?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be in opposition to this measure due to the fact that DOBOR already raised rates and doubled them just 2 years ago. And I think their financial management needs to be examined prior to offering another raise that will price out middle-class boaters from access to our harbors. This measure takes the path of making our harbors an elitist-only accessibility. And I don't think that's really what we want to do in the state of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
I'm WR on this. I think that the department needs to look at appraisal methodology, particularly commercial boats versus liveaboard boats. Also at fees based on length of boat versus length of ship. I think in the past that was a problem. I know someone who had what was called a midget ocean racer and was at Alawai and the scarcity of available slips almost forced them to get into a slip much bigger than this midget racer. And I thought that was already solved, but apparently it is not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Okay, members, voting on SB 795 SD 2 HD 1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Noting the reservations by Representative Kobayashi and Representative Tan. Any other members voting reservations? Representative Peruso also votes with reservations. Any other members voting reservations? I have a no by Representative Wahlberger. Any other members voting no? Okay, Chair, all other members vote aye. Recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 791, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1 relating to vessels. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 791 SD 2 HD 1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Okay, lastly, on this agenda, Senate Bill 1313, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1, House Draft 2 relating to sport fish. Recommendation is to vote pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 1313 SD 2 HD 2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? Okay, I have a no vote from Representative Peruso and Representative Wahlberger. Any other members voting no? Okay, all other present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. That concludes Agenda 1. We will go into Agenda 2. So the first bill on Agenda 2 is Senate Bill 855, Senate Draft 1 relating to coffee pest control. Okay. Yeah, you guys okay? Okay, so first up is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, committee members, Morris Alta on behalf of the Department of Agriculture. The department will stand on its written testimony in support of this measure with comments regarding the status of the funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Collin, members of the committee. Brian Miyamoto here on behalf of the Hawaii Farm Bureau. We'll stand on a written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it is University of Hawaii.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Walter Bowen from CTAR, University of Hawaii. We stand by our strong support testimony and are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Bruce Corker of Rancho Aloha.
Yes, thank you, members of the committee. My name is Bruce Corker. I'm a coffee farmer in the North Kona District of Hawaii County and a member of the Board of Directors of the Kona Coffee Farmers Association. I strongly support SB 855 to extend the HDOA's subsidy program for control of coffee berry borer and to add subsidies to combat coffee leaf rust. The subsidy program will encourage coffee farmers to adopt measures to control CBB and CLR and will help to preserve the economic viability of coffee as a commercial agricultural crop in this state. I would also like to suggest that in order to prevent the further introduction of coffee pests into Hawaii, that the committee adopt provisions to require and to fund an investigation by the HDOA into how CBB and CLR were brought into Hawaii, and to mandate the HDOA to develop a more vigorous program to prevent the entry of future pests and diseases. How the system failed needs to be determined in order to make it stronger and to protect farmers. As we all know, one of the weaknesses of the system that we face is that when we fly to the mainland, our luggage is scanned and fruits and vegetables are removed to protect farmers on the mainland. When we fly into Hawaii, it is an honor system with amnesty bins in the airports. Hawaii needs to improve and strengthen its system for protecting farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Kona Coffee Farmers Association.
Yes, hello. My name is Cole Auer-Bondero. I'm representing the Kona Coffee Farmers Association. I want to thank the Finance Committee for taking my testimony. I'd like to also thank Senator Kanuha for introducing this originally, and Senator Ocasio for raising some important issues about it, and for all the representative support we received. We're going to stand by our testimony that is in support of this, but I want to add a few comments. And the first one is just that the Kona Coffee Farmers Association has hundreds of members who are producers of Kona coffee, which is a namesake product of Hawaii, and farmers really need some state support on pest issues at this time. And the second one that I want to refer to is the fact that in the testimony that I submitted, fertilizers are mentioned. However, when I read again the description of the piece of legislation, it says, quote unquote, requires the Department of Agriculture to compile a list of certain pesticides. And I just want to reiterate the fact that fertilizers should be included in that requirement. Specifically today I was looking and I came across a September 5th, 2018 World Coffee Research publication to fertilize or to spray. And I'm not going to read it all to you, and it doesn't matter exactly, but I'm just going to quote a very short piece which says applying fertilizer was more effective at controlling rust, that's coffee leaf rust, than spraying with fungicide. They determined that in a scientific study in Guatemala. And so I really think it's critical to recognize that pesticides is one tool and one approach, but additional, and let me very briefly just go back and say that they were specifically comparing high levels of fertilizers and high levels of fungicides. And so what it's about is additional fertilizer than would normally be used. And so this is a critical set of variables to be looking at from the CTAR perspective, from the HGOA perspective, from the outreach perspective of what's occurring. And I really think it's critical that this is considered when this legislation, and I hope you guys will vote to fund this legislation, that it should be a reference to the Department of Ag that they need to recognize that fertilizer component. And the only final comment I'll make to wrap up is the fact that the current effective date on the piece of legislation doesn't have utility, so I request that you please put a functional effective date so that it can carry out. Thank you for your time. Aloha.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's the same, but we also have somebody from UHCTAR. I don't know if that was the same as University of Hawaii.
I was the only representative scheduled for CTAR, I think. I'm here in place of the Dean, Nick Comerford. That may be the other name.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and next up is Jim Monk.
Hi, thank you, Chair, Luke, and committee members. I'm a Kona coffee farmer and a member of the Kona Coffee Farmers Association. I support this bill. I've been a regular participant in the coffee berry borer subsidy program because CBB are causing me to lose a significant part of my crop and seriously affecting the price I get for the rest of the crop. The cost of the CBB spray is outrageously high. The subsidy program helps we small farmers to be able to afford to protect our crop. And now we're faced with an even more dangerous pathogen that's gotten loose in Hawaii, the coffee leaf rust fungus. The fantastic Kona coffee flavor depends on our Kona typica coffee trees, which are an Arabica coffee type. They, as far as we've been told, are especially susceptible to coffee leaf rust. The fungus doesn't just reduce the crop, it so damages the trees that they die. We desperately need support to battle this new danger if the Kona coffee industry is to survive. For both these reasons, please pass this bill SB 855. And I'd like to add one small comment that it's wonderful to have been able to testify sitting over here on the Big Island, as opposed to having to go to where you folks have to be all covered up on Oahu. So please keep our Zoom testimony program alive and well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that testimony. We always like to have feedbacks on how the Zoom testimony is going. So thank you for that, Mr. Monk. That's all the testifiers who signed up to testify on Zoom. Any questions, members? Representative Kobayashi.
For Department of Ag, the bill contains a ceiling of $12,000 per year.
Per farmer.
How many people would be affected by that? That is, how many people might receive more than 12,000 a year? Depending on the size of their farm.
Right. Representative Kobayashi, I'm going to ask Becky Azama to be allowed to speak on that. She's been coordinating the weekly meetings that we've been having on the coffee leaf rust issue. Becky?
Hi. Sorry, could you please repeat the question, Representative?
The bill has a ceiling of $12,000 per year. I want to know who's affected by that. Are there any people who might receive more than that because of size of farm?
And this is for the coffee berry borer subsidies, right?
Right, the bill, yeah.
The current, okay. So it seems like, if I remember correctly, I don't have my figures in front of me, but they are reimbursements up to, right now it's, I believe, 75% of the cost of the bulb area. And the reimbursements are in the neighborhoods of maybe maybe $600, and there's some higher. I can get better figures for you.
So no one is close to $12,000?
I'd have to check the ledgers, but it doesn't seem like that number seems kind of high.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 668, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to agriculture. First up is DLNR.
Chair, thank you. This is Josh Atwood for DLNR Division of Forestry and Wildlife on behalf of Chair Case, and we will stand on our written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Agriculture.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Chair Luke. The department will stand on its written testimony expressing strong concerns on this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 496. Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1. First up, it is Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke. Morasata once again. Now, the department will stand on its written testimony, appreciating the intent of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is the Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair Luke, Vice Chair, colleague members of the committee. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support.
Thank you. Hawaii Food Industry Association. I don't think they were there at the first hearing. Okay, thank you. I don't think Hawaii Food Industry Association is present. That's all the individuals who signed up for Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 219, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2. First up, it is Department of Agriculture.
So, for the department will stand on its written testimony in support and defers to the Department of Attorney General regarding the specifics of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is the Office of the Public Defender.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, as well as the committee members here. The Office of the Public Defender strongly opposes Part 1 of Senate Bill number 292, SD2, HD2, and respectfully requested that portion of the bill be removed or deferred. However, with respect, the Office of the Public Defender does not object to the creation of a statewide agricultural task force or theft task force under Part 2. We understand that something needs to be done in assistance to farmers and farmers and owners of agricultural land. With a task force in place, solutions including the type of recommended enhanced punishment, such as that proposed for an extended term under Part 1, should be deferred upon the investigation and report of the Agricultural Task Force. I wrote a 5 or 6 page testimony on this, but I'll summarize the reasons why Part 1 should be deferred or removed. Number one, there's no showing that additional punitive tools without more specific investigation and demonstrated need are necessary. There are a number of tools that are already in place in the penal code for enhanced sentencing. Number two, the proposal, the penalties of the proposal is unduly harsh and severe. There's no discretion for a court to impose a standard indeterminate term or even consider probation. Instead, the sentence is to double the normal term of imprisonment. Number three, the court should maintain their sentencing discretion. They are in the best position to look at the entire circumstance, including the defendant, even the position of the victim in the case, to see what kind of penalty should be imposed. Number four, the proposed legislation will have unintended consequences, and I urge the members to review. I gave 6 examples and I will not go over them. Number 5, Part 1 of the bill will likely result in unnecessary incarceration, which will require additional expense and resources. Number 6, speaking as a defense lawyer for 33 years, the proposed legislation sticks out like a sore thumb, and it deviates from HRS 706-662 relating to the criteria necessary to impose an extended term imprisonment for all other types of crimes. And number 7, there is no state of mind that the defendant knew or should have known that the property in question was agricultural property, and this makes the proposal unfair and contradicts its very purpose. And then lastly, under the bill, there are foreseeable potential outcomes that may be incongruous and unequal in nature, and I go through that in my written testimony. Other than that, I rest on my written testimony, and I am available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. The Hawaii Farm Bureau will stand on its written testimony in support of this measure. We support any measure which will help deter agricultural crimes. I just like to point out one stat in our testimony. Ag theft and other crimes cost Hawaii farmers and ranchers $14.4 million, or 10% of their farm net income. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Lastly, it's ACLU.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mandy Fernandez on behalf of the ACLU of Hawaii will stand on our written testimony in opposition to this measure. Thank you.
That's all the testifiers who signed up on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Martin.
Hi, this is a question for the public defender. We had a similar bill from the House side, and those of us that are very uncomfortable with mandatory minimums, we had a change in that basically sought to deal with the problem that it is hard for people to prove that produce stolen from a particular farm came from that farm, of switching the burden of proof. Were you familiar with that? And do you think that, and what do you think about that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, you didn't follow the bill on the House side.
Not with respect to that particular issue. I was only aware of discussions whether or not a state of mind should be required in the particular proposal, whether or not someone should have known that was agricultural property, and that language has been was initially proposed and then left out and then put back in and then removed. So that's what I know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not understanding your question completely.
Right. Can I follow up?
Go ahead.
So basically, I think the issue for those of us that are concerned about theft on agricultural land is that it's hard to prove. And farmers don't even report it because they have such a hard time proving that the theft was from their particular farm. And so in trying to think of ways to address this that does not involve things that might have unintended consequences like mandatory minimums, the idea was to switch the burden of proof. If somebody is driving off a farm with a truckload of papayas, they have to prove that they didn't take it from the farm they're driving off, as opposed to the farmer having to prove that they did. And so what do you think about that as a solution as opposed to the mandatory minimum?
I'm thinking that while that may be a possibility, but they just have to prove that one, it was stolen, and they have to just prove that it was taken from that piece of property. And if they're seen driving off with whatever fruit that is it on the roadway, I don't see how that would be difficult in proving. Now, is there problems in reporting? I think there's problems in reporting. Are there problems in coordination with law enforcement that could help them prove these things up? That's why probably a task force would be well taken, so that prosecutors and the attorney, with the leadership of the Attorney General, can think through these things and see where they could be more successful in prosecuting these kinds of things, and which doesn't really involve, when you think about it, the severity of the offense, but proving it. It's the catching the people part that's the problem, not so much the punishment part. You need to catch them in order to punish them.
Thank you, Chair.
Representative Caruso.
I have a quick question for the Farm Bureau. Brian. So you have consistently supported this measure, and we've had multiple conversations about it. And I know that you are aware of the report published as a result of the pilot conducted in 2019 on the same issue. And I'm wondering if in that report, any of the elements of this bill were recommended to your memory?
Thank you, Representative Caruso, for asking the question. And as far as a pilot, Farm Bureau, that was one of our legislative priorities. We're very supportive of that measure, very supportive of the program. To answer your question, I don't recall the language in the original version of this bill in that recommendation.
Okay,
That is
so that's
something I think we discussed.
I wasn't trying to test your memory, but I was really just trying to get at the question of efficacy. So if you agree with me that that pilot was successful, then I think the next question ought to be, what can we do?
Oh, I gotta meet with.
I think the question before us ought to be, what can we do to replicate the successes of that pilot? So do you think that this measure will do that?
Thank you, Rep. Caruso. I'll answer one part and then the second part. To what we should consider, what our suggestion that has come up is actually having a permanent law enforcement or agriculture investigator either in the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Attorney General, somebody who understands the industry, knows the farmers and ranchers, and maybe the farmers and ranchers would be a little bit more comfortable. And having dedicated ag inspectors or investigators instead of just pilots in certain counties may be something that would really help with this issue of ag crimes, not just ag theft, as I've previously discussed, ag crimes. So replicating that pilot, but making it a statewide program may be something that the legislature may want to consider, that we really believe could assist our farmers and ranchers from losing 14 million plus of their sweat and blood and their hard work. So that's something that we may want to consider for introduction next session. Representative.
Thank you. Helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Kobayashi.
For public defender, under this proposed bill, what would be the lowest mandatory jail term? And what is currently in statute as the lowest mandatory minimum jail term?
It would depend upon the particular charge. This particular bill starts from petty misdemeanors. So a petty misdemeanor would typically have 30 days in jail, but maximum. And then it goes, it includes felonies or property crimes up to like burglary, which could be under the bill is 20 years. Typically a burglary is only 10, open 10, probation.
So if a person should this bill pass and person is charged for petty misdemeanor, what would be the minimum mandatory sentence?
60 days. 60 days in jail. So there is no discretion by the judge, even if this is a first-time offender. That's the problem with this bill.
Okay, if the person were charged with a misdemeanor, what would be the mandatory minimum jail term?
2 years. It would be 2 years would be the sentence. The issue with respect to people that have 2 years, what do you do with the people with 2 years? Usually, if you're doing an open term, like a felony, you would face the parole board, and there is no system in place to have a minimum term hearing for a misdemeanor. Where do you put them? Do you put them in Halava now? And this is a trespassing one is a 1 year term typically, and people don't usually serve the 1 year term. But under the terms of this particular proposal, it's mandatory open 2. So this causes all kinds of problems from a financial standpoint, from a prison standpoint, from the fairness standpoint.
So the second part of my question, currently on the books, what is the lowest mandatory minimum term for, say, petty misdemeanor and misdemeanor?
Theoretically, it could be just a day. But number one, when you say minimum term, to me, it has a specific definition. And that means to me as a lawyer, defense lawyer, as a mandatory minimum on an open term that is usually set by by the judge, but by the paroling authority. So when you have a petty misdemeanor, I have no clue what there is no precedent for the parole board seeing a person for a petty misdemeanor solely, and for a misdemeanor. So theoretically, it could be 1 day for each, but there is the original sentence that the court must impose under this is the open term of 60 days under petty misdemeanor, and 2 years. I don't know what the parole
You
board.
don't know the answer. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. Next bill is Senate Bill 664, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1. For this bill, what we are planning to do in decision-making so as not save everybody's time on testimony, we are planning to strip out Part 1 and Part 2. So the only portion that will be passed out of this bill is the funding for the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission. So this is actually a test for the testifier. Let's see if you can conform to what I just said. Okay, so let's see. This is a test. Okay, so first up, it is 664. First up, it is the Public Defender's Office.
We stand on our written testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next up. But I would think you would support this now. Okay. Okay, next up is the Public Safety. I would think you would oppose. Let's see if everybody can pass my test.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee, Max Otani, Department of Public Safety. Our testimony focused on Section 2, and we did not comment on Section 1.
Oh, okay, so you would still support.
I would still
Well,
support.
Section 2, but then Section 1 is the preamble, you know.
Well, Section 3.
Yeah, so Section 3 you
Excuse me,
support.
Section 3. We didn't comment on Section 3, but we provided testimony on in support of Section 2 with recommended amendments to this.
Okay, thank you. I know I got all of you guys confused. Okay, next up is Community Alliance and Prisons.
Aloha, Chair Luke. And
Aloha.
I love your suggestion. we would definitely support funding the Oversight Commission and oppose building anything while the state runs over the community. So thank you so much for your suggestion.
Thank you. Next up
Now
is,
we need to fund it.
yeah, next up is ACLU.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mandy Fernandez with the ACLU of Hawaii. We opposed this measure, but if Part 1 and Part 2 are taken out, we definitely support Part 3, which funds the Oversight Commission, which we see as really critical for the future of corrections in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Raylan Reno Yamens.
Aloha, Chair and committee. You know, that sounds great to me. Originally, I was opposed. I had a lot to say, but as long as this bill is all about funding the Oversight Committee, I am in strong support. Thank you.
I saved your time and mine. Good job, good job. Okay, next up is Carrie and Shirota. Okay, not there. Okay. If not questions, if not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 320. First up, it's Department of Tax.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Shiraishi for the Department of Taxation. We stand in our written testimony in support.
Thank you. Tax Foundation.
Thank you, Chair and members. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We are concerned about the amendments by CPC because there hasn't been a sunrise analysis. Other than that, we'll send a written testimony and be available for questions.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 599. First up, it is DCCA. Go 320.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rise Doi, Executive Officer for the Board of Massage Therapy. We'll stand on our written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Rosen.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Luke and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been a licensed massage therapist for 42 years, including experience as chair of another state board and co-founder of the Federation of State Massage Therapy Boards, a national organization for massage regulation. I support this bill in general with one reservation. As stated in my written testimony, I respectfully ask that you remove the 2-hour requirement set forth in this bill, taking 2 hours for CPR and first aid out of the minimum 12 hours every biennium for renewal of massage therapy license. Massage therapists are not first-line healthcare providers. They're not emergency service providers. In my 4 decades in the field, I've never heard anecdotally of a massage therapist having to render emergency services to a massage therapy client. So it's fine that this requirement is there for initial licensure, but only 5 other states in the country that license massage therapists require first aid and CPR for license renewal. And because this amount of 12 hours every 2 years is on the low side compared to other states, the 2 hours actually would take time away from massage therapists getting additional training in areas directly related to their scope of practice. So I respectfully ask that you remove that provision from this bill, but otherwise please pass it because a continuing education requirement is important for public protection. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 766, PUC.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Michael Chapman on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. Commission stands on its testimony in support of this measure and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1101, DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. The department stands on its written testimony in support of this administration bill. We thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it is Haima.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hawaii Emergency Management supports Senate Bill 1101 and stands by our submitted testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1104. First up, it is the Subcontractors Association of Hawaii. Mr. Tim Lyons? Not present, okay. If not, next up is DCCA.
Aloha, Chair Luke
Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I'm Candice Ito, and I'm the Executive Officer of the Contractors License Board. The board stands in support of this administration bill. And if I may, the Contractors Recovery Fund was established in 1973 to provide financial assistance to homeowners injured by the act, representation, transaction, or conduct of a licensed contractor. This bill will increase the monetary amount an injured homeowner may recover from the fund. So our testimony also addresses some concerns that were raised by other interested parties. The board supports increasing the maximum amount of recovery to $25,000 per contract and the maximum payout per licensed contractor to $75,000 because this will enhance the homeowner's relief from their financial loss. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we respectfully ask the committee to pass this administration bill. And I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill. Senate Bill 1098, DCCA.
Thank you, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. The department stands on its written testimony supporting this administration bill and requests an amendment to the effective date. We thank you for the opportunity to testify and will be available for question. Thank you.
That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1096. First up, it is DCCA.
Well, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, the department supports this administration bill and requests a technical amendment to section 14 of this bill. We stand on our written testimony and will be available for any questions when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is AIG.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of committee. Blake Oshiro on behalf of AIG. Thank you for scheduling this bill. Our testimony is submitted and limited mostly to just section 13, but I know you've had a long afternoon, so I will just stand on my written rather than bore you about non-forfeiture annuity interest rates, but I will be available for any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Now let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1100 PUC. Sorry, not PUC, DCCA.
Thank you, Chair. The department supports this administration bill and requests 3 amendments to the bill. Will be available for any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's all the testifier signed up for Zoom testimony. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 513, Department of Public Safety.
Good afternoon. Jordan Lowe, Deputy Director for Law Enforcement for the Department of Public Safety. We stand with our submitted written testimony, but are available for any questions relating to fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all who signed up to testify on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 819. First up, it is DHS.
Hi, good afternoon. Judy Moore Peterson on behalf of the Department of Human
Sorry,
Services.
I think I skipped Senate Bill 1342.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, sorry about that. But on 1342, nobody signed up to testify. So, okay, so sorry for confusing you. So members, nobody signed up to testify for Senate Bill 1342. So let's move on to Senate Bill 819. So with 819, it is DHS.
Hi, good afternoon. Judy Moore Peterson on behalf of the Department of Human Services. We stand in strong support of this bill. Thank you very much. We are available for any questions.
Thank you. Healthcare Association.
Thank you, Chair. Paige Heckathorn-Choi with the Healthcare Association of Hawaii. We will also stand on our testimony in strong support of this bill and this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Kaiser Permanente.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Jonathan Ching with Kaiser Permanente. In the interest of your time, we will just stand in our testimony in support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Queen's Health System.
Aloha, Chair. J.C. Mikulonic on behalf of the Queen's Health Systems will also stand on our testimony in strong support. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 324. First up, it is DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Alani Kioki, Executive Officer of the Hawaii Medical Board. The board will stand on its written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jonathan Ching, Kaiser Permanente.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. Again, Jonathan Ching for Kaiser Permanente. We will stand on our written testimony in support of SB 324. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers signed up on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 827. First up, it is DCCA.
Thank you, Chair. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments for this bill. I will say that I want to add to those comments by stating that initially, this version of the bill, I did feel that it was not a new mandate, but the more I read the bill, I did start questioning the inclusion of the medical necessary language by the American College of Radiology guideline. As such, I did converse with CMS, and I did have a meeting with them earlier today. And they concluded that that language on page 5, lines 12 to 14 that states, as deemed medically necessary by an applicable American College of Radiology guideline, would make it a new mandate. And that is because there is a guideline that states that mammography should be done for women below age 40. As you know, our statute has 40 as the cutoff age. So the guideline inadvertently reduces the age, which would trigger the new mandate. And they also wanted to pass on the message that same page, page 5, lines 6 through 8, item A regarding risk factor modeling. Although the health plans already pay for that benefit, CMS believes that even if a health plan is paying for the benefit, if you put that benefit in statute, that would also be considered a mandate. And they just wanted to point that out. We're not asking the legislature to do this. We just wanted to provide you the information that CMS has given us. And we leave it up to you to decide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that information. Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair Luke and members of the committee. The Department of Health stands on its testimony on SB 827, providing comments, and we have provided a link for the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force embedded in our testimony. And that is the national recommendation that guides the Department of Health's Hawaii Breast and Cervical Cancer Control Program for screening women who are uninsured or underinsured. And so that is the standard for screening women for breast cancer. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers who signed up on Zoom. Any questions? Okay, if not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1127. First up, it is the Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. Scott Morishige, Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness. I stand my written testimony in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is DHS.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kathy Betts, Director for the Department of Human Services. We strongly support this administrative measure. As noted in our written testimony, the department is respectfully requesting that the effective date be amended to effective upon approval to ensure that appropriation is available in FY 2021. Additionally, I'd note that due to the very recent decrease in caseload beginning in January 2021, we are reducing our request for the EA from 5.4 million to 3.2 million for this fiscal year. Thank you for this opportunity to provide supportive testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up, it is Catholic Charities.
Aloha, Chair Luke and Vice Chair Cullen and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson with Catholic Charities Hawaii. We stand on our testimony in strong support of this measure for the poorest of the poor in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Now let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 589. First up, it is HTDC. Not present, okay. Next is University of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke. I'm here for Vice President Calvert-Young. We stand on our testimony in strong support of SB 589. We would like to respectfully request the change of the effective date from July 1st to June 30th of 2021.
Thank you very much. Next is Joel Ramos.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I'm Joe Ramos, and I'm providing personal testimony in support of SB 589 SD2 HD2. I'm a professor at UH and deputy director at the UH Cancer Center. Related to Part 1 and 5, I want to thank the prior committees for addressing our previous concerns related to ensuring the director's authority over Cancer Center administration, hiring and tenure, fiscal and space, and the reporting structure to the provost. These are really critical for us to successfully renew our NCI designation and funding. And the current version of the bill, SB 589 SD2 HD2, now maintains those authorities. So thank those previous committees for that. As an inventor, I also support parts 2 and 3 to repeal the sunset provisions for Acts 38 and 39 related to technology development and commercialization at UH. I continue to benefit from the diverse initiatives from Vice President Sirmos' office in these areas. The ability of UH faculty to commercialize their inventions and the ability for us to host an NCI designated cancer center, these are just two of the 10,000 plus ways that Hawaii benefits from having an R1 research university of the high quality of UH here in the state. I'm really happy to see that this is recognized by the legislature. Indeed, this year, the UH Cancer Center is celebrating its 50th year serving Hawaii to reduce the burden of cancer on the people of the state through research, patient care, education, and community outreach. And I want to thank you for the support the legislator has provided the Cancer Center over the years, and your support continues to be very important, a very important reason we've been able to renew that NCI designation for the last 25 years. So thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 386. First up, it is the judiciary.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. I am Carol Matsuoka on behalf of the Hawaii State Judiciary. The judiciary strongly supports this measure as this measure is part of our legislative package. We stand on our written testimony and thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'll remain available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Office of the Public Defender. Not present. Okay, next up is DHS.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. This is Daisy Hartsfield on behalf of the Department of Human Services. We're going to stand by a written testimony in support of the intent of this bill and defer to the Judiciary and Department of Public Safety. I am available for any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Department of Public Safety.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. We submitted written testimony and provided comments. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1039. This is the claims against the State Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Karen Inagaki, Deputy Attorney General. The claim currently has 28, the bill currently has 28 claims. And we've described the nature of the claims in our attachment to our testimony as attachment A. Since the bill was last amended, we have 2 new claims, and those claims are described in our attachment B to our testimony. And we are requesting that the bill be amended to add these 2 claims. We'd also like to call attention to 2 of the claims that are on the bill that come from the charter schools. And these 2 claims were on the bill last year. They were unable to be paid because of the timing of the disbursements of the funds that the Charter Commission had at the time the bill passed. So I just wanted to point out that we're going to have that same problem here as you determine how these claims would be funded. And I understand that in the last few years, the bill has been amended to have the departments pay out of their own funds. But we do have a problem with these 2 Charter Commission claims. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Transportation.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Jake Butai for DOT. I will stand on our testimony in support.
Thank you. That's all the testimony through Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 412. First up, it is the Public Defender's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ben Lowenthal. I am a public defender assigned to Maui. We'll stand by the written testimony. I want to add also that Office of the Public Defender opposes Section 1, and all the comments are directed towards Section 1. I'd be happy to answer any other questions the committee may have about the litigation that's referenced in the testimony as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is the Department of Prosecuting Attorney of Maui.
Good afternoon, Brandon Siegel for the County of Maui, the Department of Prosecuting Attorney. I will stand on my written testimony and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Department of the Prosecuting Attorney for the City and County of Honolulu.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Prosecutor Tricia Nakamatsu on behalf of the Honolulu Prosecuting Attorney's Department. Will stand on a written testimony and support available for questions, if any.
Thank you very much. Next is the Honolulu Police Department.
Good afternoon, Chair. Lieutenant James Slater of the Honolulu Police Department's Traffic Division. We stand in support of this bill and we'll stand on our written testimony. Available for any questions if you have.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Now let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 765. First up, it is the Public Defender's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Lee Hayakawa from the Office of the Public Defender. Well, we'll stand on our testimony, our written testimony opposing SB number 765, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair. We stand on our testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is City and County of Honolulu Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
And good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. We'll stand on our written testimony and support. We did note at least 2 small amendments that we feel should be made. They might just be technical, typographical type errors.
Thank you very much. Next up is Honolulu Police Department.
Good afternoon again. We stand in support of this bill again on our written testimony. Available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 384. First up, it is Jessica Orr.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Jessica Orr from the Judiciary. We will stand on our written testimony.
Thank you very much. Department of Taxation.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Shira Ishii for the Department of Taxation. We stand on our written testimony providing comments.
Oh, members, I skipped Senate Bill 630 because nobody submitted testimony. So that's the reason why I skipped it, just for the members. And that's why we're on Senate Bill 384. Next up is Tax Foundation. Mr. Yamachika, not here. Okay, that's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1409. First up, it is DLNR.
Hello, this is Pua Ayu from the Department of Land and Natural Resources. We'll stand on our written testimony in opposition and also offering amendments, and I'll be here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Next up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee, Leitani Peltier on behalf of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, testifying in support of SB 1409. You have a written testimony, so I'll just emphasize that the Native Hawaiian Law Training course is an incredibly valuable course because it provides important legal, historical, and cultural context directly relevant to the state's legal obligations. And a broad understanding of these fiduciary duties is especially important for the board and commission members whose decisions directly impact Native Hawaiian rights, the public land trust, as well as their public trust resources. This measure will help to ensure that decision makers are fully equipped with the tools and knowledge to carry out their legal duties. And for that reason, we ask that you pass it out of committee. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to testify. And mahalo also to whoever is inputting the bill numbers and the order of the testifiers into chat. That is super helpful, and it's the first time I've seen it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's our hardworking clerk's office. We're all clapping for our clerk's office. Thank you for that recognition. A lot of times, behind the scenes staff don't get recognized. So thank you. Next up is Kuaina Ulu'aumau. Kevin Chang. You're muted. Wait, hold on. You're muted. Let me see.
Can you hear me now?
It's very soft.
How about now?
Yeah, better.
Thank you. Well, I want to commend the folks for the same reason Leitani did earlier. Commend the staff. Mahalo. My name is Kevin Chang. I'm the co-director of Kuaina Ulu'aumau. We've submitted testimony because we work with and support communities across our state who are working to malama aina and take care of their places. And we feel that a governmental understanding of their constitutional rights and practices is very important to the decision making in our state. And we stand on our testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 873. First up, it is DHHL.
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. The Department of Hawaiian Homes stands strongly in support of this bill that authorizes contested case hearings to use interactive conference technology. This bill is it's an administrative bill and also was passed by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 1260. First up, it is Office of the Public Defender.
Good afternoon, Chair William Bagasol, Deputy Public Defender again, and on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender. In this particular bill, we would express our strong support for the bill. We stand on our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Luke and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ronald Ibarra. I'm a commissioner of the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission. We strongly support this bill and we stand on our written testimony available to answer any questions. Thank you for letting me to testify.
You're still busy in retirement, Judge Ibarra.
I am still trying to help.
No, that's terrific. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Next up is Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, Deputy Attorney General Landon Murata on behalf of the department. The department opposes this bill. This department believes, and I'll try and keep it brief, that the state already has a robust and flexible criminal pretrial system that was only recently in Act 179 amended by the legislature. We haven't had enough time to see what the effects of those amendments will be. And the current system seems to have enough discretion and flexibility to address the concerns. The department did put in its testimony a number of amendments, though, should the committee and the legislature choose to move forward with the bill. The amendments that are suggested in our testimony, I won't go over them line by line, but they are designed to preserve consistency throughout the chapter and make sure that the purposes of bail to ensure the appearance of defendants and protect the public are preserved. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is Common Cause Hawaii. Okay, thank you. Ms. Sandy Ma. Or somebody else, okay. Oh, last call for Common Cause Hawaii. Okay, should we move on to the next person? Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we do Kat Brady, Community Alliance and Prison?
Aloha, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee. Kat Brady in strong support of eliminating bail, which has lifelong impacts on people who serve even a few days in jail. So this is really about building community and keeping families together. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is Mandy Fernandez.
Good afternoon again, Chair. Mandy Fernandez on behalf of the ACLU of Hawaii. I'll keep my comments brief. The ACLU of Hawaii has offered comments on this measure. The primary purpose of bail is to ensure appearance in court. Bail in any form should never be used as a punitive tool, and any conditions set for release should only be as restrictive as is absolutely necessary to ensure that the accused shows up in court. The ACLU supports the intent behind this legislation, but we have identified a few areas in the bill that could be improved, some areas of concern, and you should have our written testimony in front of you. And overall, we don't believe the bill goes quite far enough to create meaningful change, and we've just offered some suggestions. So thank you for hearing this measure and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For Attorney General, your amendment applies only to misdemeanor and lesser offenses. Is that correct?
Sorry, which suggested amendment are you talking about?
I'm sorry, I think it's on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4.
Yeah, so part of that is we'd like to take the C felonies out of the current version of the bill, and then revert it basically back to what it was originally, which was just to apply to traffic offenses, violations, nonviolent petty misdemeanor offenses, and nonviolent misdemeanor.
That answers my other question. What do you mean by any other least restrictive non-monetary condition?
I'm not really sure. There's a bunch of conditions that could be imposed in pursuant to Section 804 7.4. The least restrictive non-monetary conditions were put in by the drafters of the bill, so you'd have to ask them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 969. First up, it is, I got a message in chat. I believe OHA would like to testify for SB 1260. 1260, wait, hold on. Let me just see it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, they didn't sign up for Zoom, but we will allow that, Office of Hawaiian Affairs.
Oh, sorry about that. My admin made that mistake. I just want to voice our strong support for this measure. We support this current House draft as a prudent compromise on prior versions of this measure and a phased approach to pretrial reform, continuing on the work from the Act 179 of 2019 and modeled after and aligned with the recommendations of the HCR 134 Task Force on Pretrial Reform, as well as the Oversight Commission. So this measure can help reduce over-reliance on cash bail and unnecessary, costly, and dangerous pretrial incarceration, especially for people charged with lower-level, non-violent offenses. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Again, our awesome clerk's office staff catching all kinds of things. So thank you very much for making our jobs easier. So let's move on to the next bill, Senate Bill 969. First up is the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee, on behalf of the Department of the Attorney General. In the latest draft of this bill, they placed this regulatory program within the Department of the Attorney General, and we think that's an inappropriate location for the program. Our department advises departments that provide regulatory programs. We don't house the regulatory programs within our department itself. It also does not provide any additional resources for us to implement the program. So we would request this program be moved to a different department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, it is International Fur Federation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify against the proposed ban, SB 969. My name is Melanie Calandra, and I'm a managing director at the International Fur Federation. You've been given a great amount of misinformation. This draft legislation is riddled with vicious claims about the fur trade that are simply false. The fur trade in North America is a small-scale, family-run artisanal industry. Fur provides vital income for remote indigenous communities who are limited in their options for creating income. Fur farming has strict animal welfare standards with third-party audits. Their code of practice was prepared by veterinarians, animal welfare researchers, producers, and other experts. Herd health, euthanasia, animal husbandry, pen size, design, nutrition are all outlined in the code, and euthanasia is done humanely on farm. Fur farming is sustainable. Everything is used. You might be surprised to know that fur farming takes 50,000 tons of food waste a year, diverting it from landfill. Manure is used as fertilizer. Mink oil is used as biodiesel. Everything is used. In previous testimonies on this bill, animal extremists have tried to claim that fur farms threaten public health because mink can be susceptible to COVID-19. In fact, with proper biosecurity and quarantine when necessary, Dr. Anthony Fauci and the CDC have stated that they do not consider mink farms to be a public health risk. Fur farmers deserve your support. Your bill talks about alternatives to fur, most of which are petroleum-based synthetics. These will cause more harm to nature. Fur biodegrades at the rate of a willow leaf. In fact, ecosystems depend on the fur trade. Wild source fur is well regulated at the regional, state, federal levels with 2 ISO standards and 2 international agreements on humane trapping. Trapping will exist even with a fur ban because we need to protect and monitor endangered species. Trapping also helps with the reintroduction of species into their original habitats like the American river otter, helps with public safety, prevention of property damage. The United States currently has the best wildlife management model in the world as a result. The fact remains, if you ban fur, it doesn't protect any animals. It makes matters worse for them and their ecosystems. In closing, I strongly ask you to reconsider this ban and we'll be here for questions.
Thank you. Next up is Animal Defenders International.
Thank you, Chair, and aloha, Christina Scaringe for Animal Defenders International and our Hawaii supporters speaking in support of SB 969 with thanks to the committee and to the bill sponsors. We stand by our written testimony, but did want to call attention to various reports that are referenced there, including several ADI investigations, revealing nightmarish fur industry standard practices where animals' miserable lives in cramped, filthy cages meet brutal, abrupt ends. We also provided you a link to a 2021 WHO FAO OIE report, which concluded that SARS-CoV-2 spillover from fur farm animals to humans poses a serious public health and socioeconomic threat. and that specifically in the US, the likelihood of the risk of introduction and spread of SARS-CoV-2 within fur farms is very likely, and spillover from mink fur farming to humans is very likely, as well as and also that transmission from fur farming systems to susceptible wildlife populations is likely. It also described a high occupational health risk at fur farms. Studies do actually show that the fur industry presents high climate and environmental costs with significant emissions and land use requirements, and pollutants emanating from animal waste, feed systems, incineration, and tanning processes. One study we provided you concluded that compared with textiles, fur has a higher impact on 17 of 18 environmental themes, including climate change, eutrophication, and toxic emissions. In many cases, fur scored markedly worse than textiles. And this study noted that the climate change impact of 1 kilogram of mink fur is 5 times higher than that of the highest scoring textile. As far as land occupation and local air quality, fur also scores higher than other textiles. This study concluded that the environmental impacts of 1 kilogram of fur are a factor 2 to 28 times higher than those of common textiles. They stated that this is a very clear and consistent results with indicator categories all pointing in the same direction. So the fashion world can and is already moving on. We thank the committee, and we hope that you will help Hawaii lead with others for cruelty-free fashion innovation that recognizes and responds to the planetary crises of our time. Mahalo, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Humane Society of the United States.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Veer-Heilig. I am the Hawaii State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. Thank you very much for the opportunity to briefly testify in strong support of a fur ban in Hawaii. As the State Director, it is my honor to work with the state's legislators and the community to fight against the worst forms of animal cruelty here in the state and elsewhere. And this bill is an example of just that. Unfortunately, there is simply no way to humanely produce fur. In my written testimony, I go into greater detail on some of the horrific ways that fur-bearing animals are treated on these kinds of fur farms, but it is this inherent cruelty, along with the environmental destruction and COVID-19 related public health risks, which were just discussed, that make passage of this bill crucial right now. Concern for animal welfare continues to grow in Hawaii and across the United States, and consumers increasingly want products that don't involve animal cruelty. Companies all over the world are responding by aligning their policies with their customers' values by going fur-free. Hawaii now has the chance to take a similar stand against the immense harm inflicted by the fur industry at no cost to the state, and to be a leader in the fight for a more humane world. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that the members of the committee support the passage of SB 969 HD1. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I'm available for any questions.
Are you also testifying on behalf of PJ Smith, or is that a different testimony?
He's his own.
Yeah. That's another testimony. Okay.
Yes, same
Okay.
organization.
Okay, Natural Fibers Alliance.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Brown. I am with the Natural Fibers Alliance. We're an environmental justice alliance that represents the interests of wool, leather, fur, and other natural animal use materials. You've got my original testimony, but I wanted to leave you with a few points. We oppose this bill for several reasons. First, this bill is unnecessary and is currently being opposed by the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, Department of Agriculture, farm bureaus around the country, the small business retail community and associations, the small business retail community and associations, as well as the millions of Hawaiian citizens who would prefer that our elected officials who represent them simply focus on the issues that matter most. Next, during a global pandemic, any legislation that would result in the loss of income to any small business is cruel and should not be considered. We must focus on keeping all businesses open to protect the livelihoods of all Hawaiians. Some may not agree with the use of fur products or even the consumption of meat, but right now is the wrong time to focus on ideological desires, the ideological desires of some, excuse me. We must focus on what's in front of us, and that's making sure that all Hawaiians have the ability to feed themselves and their families. This is unfair and bad policy, and I urge the committee to reject this unnecessary.
Thank you. Next up is Humane Society of the United States, PJ Smith.
Thank you, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and committee members. My name is PJ Smith, and I'm the Director of Fashion Policy for the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our supporters across Hawaii, we urge you to vote yes on SB 969. SB 969 is essentially the same bill this committee passed last year. This year has already passed the Senate and the House Judiciary Committee with broad support and has even been endorsed by In Style Magazine, H&M, Zara, and Stella McCartney. There are so many alternatives that are available right now that have the same look and feel for without unnecessary cruelty. Because of the growing demand for humane and sustainable products, the new faux fur hitting the market is now corn-based or made from recycled ocean plastic, which is better for the planet as well as animals. This is why much of the fashion industry in Hawaii has already switched to these innovative alternatives. Last year, only $2,000 worth of fur apparel was imported into Hawaii. At the height of tourism in 2019, the total import value of fur apparel was a mere $38,000 statewide, which lends confidence to our statement that the passage of this important measure will not hurt local retailers. It will not negatively impact the state revenue collections. We would also like to acknowledge the Attorney General's testimony. The House Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs amicably amended this measure to place enforcement with the Attorney General's office to align with enforcement rules similar to the state's ivory ban. However, we are Kanalua on enforcement and we defer to you on placement. Thank you again for your time and we hope you'll support SB 969. I'm available if you have any questions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up is Retail Merchants of Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm Tina Yamaki, President of Retail Merchants of Hawaii, and we are in opposition to this bill. Like the former testifiers had mentioned, this has been a really bad year. Retail has been hit hard, and this bill would even create hardships on a lot of retailers, as we would have to liquidate our merchandise or give it away to comply with the deadline that we're talking. And let's face it, not all stores in Hawaii are able to send their merchandise outside of Hawaii to a sister store. The other thing we want to point out is, fur products would include not only coats and fur trim is what a lot of people are thinking, but it also has to deal with shoes, hair accessories, purses, belts, adornment on keepsakes, and more. And some faux fur almost resembles real fur. So we're wondering, how is it going to be enforced? And are there experts in fur to see this and can tell it apart? Yes, we realize that many top designer brands are already ceasing to use their fur designs. But we also want to point out that these animals are raised humanely on farms, just like cows, chickens, and pigs that end up in our grocery store. So the question becomes, what's next? Are we going to ban all meat products as well? We also pointed out that, these alternative furs are a lot more hazardous to the environment because they have petroleum-based materials like liquid plastics, and a lot of them, although they are turning differently. We just can't afford to do this right now. Retailers are hurting. And as someone pointed out, yes, our sales were low last year. That's because everyone was suffering. We had to close down. We look at 2019, $38,000, that's a lot of money for a lot of stores. And, having to throw it out, you're looking at maybe, a couple of people might have to lose their jobs and go on unemployment in order to make this up if they have to throw out these fur products or they have to liquidate. So mahalo for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers on Zoom. Any questions? Representative Kobayashi.
For P.J. Smith, Humane Society of the U.S., how did you get your figures about last year only $2,000 of fur apparel were imported, and then the prior year, $38,000?
Thank you, Representative. These numbers come from U.S. Customs that tell you how much is being imported to each state for fur apparel.
But U.S. Customs would only, I assume, cover foreign imports.
Correct. So you can, all the fur that is fur apparel that's coming into the United States, and then you can break it down. So we can see from the entire world the amount of fur that is coming into Hawaii specifically, but that wouldn't cover domestic commerce. And that is something we don't have those numbers.
I see. So conceivably, domestic or intercompany imports to Hawaii could be almost any number, but vastly greater than what you provided.
We do know that the vast majority of fur products do come from China. A very small percent is actually coming from within the United States. So, like I said, the majority of fur apparel in the world comes from China, including the stuff that's coming into the United States.
But wouldn't national retailers whose stores are in Hawaii not have their fur recorded if they send it from the mainland to Hawaii?
That is correct.
Okay. And we don't know how much would be sent from the mainland to Hawaii.
We know that a majority or many of the retailers that are in Hawaii are already fur free. So we assume that there is just very little fur that is being sold. It might be on a palm on a shoe or a palm on a hat, but very likely very little.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, let's move on to Senate Bill 294. First up, it is DLNR.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Jason Reed Dula, the LNR's Enforcement Chief for the department. We'll stand on our written testimony in opposition to this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Office of the Public Defender.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ali Hayakawa on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender. We will stand on our written testimony in support of SB 294, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of the Attorney General.
Good afternoon, Chairman Luke, members of the committee. My name is Gary Sinaga, Deputy Attorney General, here to testify on behalf of the department. We have submitted written testimony, but just to summarize our position on the bill, we're asking that the bill be held because the felony conviction of the property owner will essentially undermine the very purpose of the forfeiture law. This purpose is the ability of law enforcement to go after property involved in a crime separately and apart from persons that committed the crime. And it is this ability that makes it a highly effective tool in taking out the profit incentives out of criminal activity. It becomes strong deterrence, which ultimately protects the public. Hawaii has historically carried out the forfeiture law without the abuses and exploitation as portrayed in the news media and other studies. These abuses may have occurred on the mainland. Why this is true is because there are safeguards built into the law as it exists now. For one, only property that is involved in covered offenses is subject to forfeiture, and the police must have probable cause in order to seize the property. This is the same burden of proof that an officer has to have in order to arrest somebody. And before any property is forfeited to the state, the police and prosecutors must prove that this property was substantially connected to the crime. And of course, any innocent owner will have a chance to challenge the forfeiture in court or through the administrative process, which is handled by the AG's office. All of this is laid out in the law. We want to assure the committee that the AGs are fully committed to ensuring the program is administered fairly and lawfully. In fact, we have completed almost all of the recommendations that came out of the 2018 audit. And now there is better accounting, more transparency, clearer guidelines and procedures. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Prosecutor Tricia Nakamatsu, on behalf of the Honolulu Prosecuting Attorney's Department. We are opposed to the bill, and just briefly, we'd like to point out, we'd really like to strongly emphasize that any forfeited property is connected to criminal activity. This is not simply someone walking down the street or somebody who's just sitting there and has absolutely no connection. The property must be proven to be connected to criminal activity in order for it to be forfeited. And while it is held to a lower standard, the preponderance of the evidence standard, as opposed to beyond a reasonable doubt, there's a full system for people to be able to, property owners to come forward to make different types of claims, whether it's for the amount or whether it's based on their knowledge or lack of knowledge of the criminal activity that is connected to that property. There's a number of safeguards in place already in our system in Hawaii. In particular, one statute that most states don't have is our excessive forfeitures prohibition, and that prohibits any excessive forfeitures from taking place, basically. And there was a great deal of nationwide. There was a great deal of a litigation. There was a Supreme Court case that actually came out a couple of years ago to establish that fact. But lo and behold, Hawaii's already had that statute for decades now as a safeguard for the property owners. In addition, if one of the concerns is that the civil asset forfeiture system itself, the system that's in place, is not transparent, it's not accountable enough, or it's not user-friendly enough, perhaps for owners who do want to come forward and fight any forfeitures, then that's a totally different subject. That is a matter of changing the system, the rules, perhaps certain requirements that are in place for these hearings. But that would be completely different from what's being proposed here. If it is that latter discussion, we are very happy to be a part of that and to help to tweak the system in whatever ways to make it more user-friendly, more transparent and accessible for the public. But we're available for questions, if any. Thank you.
Thank you. Honolulu Police Department.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Philip Johnson for the Honolulu Police Department. I'll stand by our written testimony and we're in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Common Cause Hawaii. Okay, thank you. ACLU.
Afternoon, Chair. Mandy Fernandez again on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union of Hawaii. We strongly support this measure as we've supported similar measures this year and in previous years. We provided written testimony that speaks to the merits of reforming our civil asset forfeiture law, which is one of the worst in the nation. A 2018 audit in Hawaii found that in over a quarter of all forfeiture cases, there were no criminal charges brought against anyone in any associated criminal case. So we know there have been abuses here. In addition to what we've written in our testimony, I will add that in fiscal year 2019 to 2020, roughly $350,000 from forfeitures was deposited into the Attorney General's Criminal Forfeiture Fund, in addition to about $300,000 that was distributed to the counties. This is all money that would, under this bill, now go to the state's general fund. We think this change is really important to mitigate the clear profit incentive of law enforcement to seize valuable property that is only tenuously connected to a crime. We urge the committee to vote in support of this measure. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the testifiers who signed up on Zoom to testify. Any questions? If not, let's move on to the last bill. No one signed up to testify on Zoom. So with that, let's recess for decision making. afternoon. Committee on Finance will reconvene for decision-making on our 2:30 agenda. So first up, it is Senate Bill 855, Senate Draft 1 relating to coffee pest control. Recommendation is to pass as a HD1, deleting reference to the $12,000 amount and technical non-substantive changes. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 855 SD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Noting Representative McDermott excused for not just only this measure, but the whole agenda. Members, any reservations? Any noes? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 668, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1. This will be deferred. Next bill is Senate Bill 496, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1 relating to agriculture. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 496 SD2 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 219, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2 relating to crimes on agricultural lands. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Representative Kobayashi.
I think I'm WR. I am WR on this. I think the mandatory minimum terms are too harsh. 60 days minimum for petty misdemeanor, 2 years for misdemeanor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Representative Peruso.
I'm going to be voting no on this in part because of the concerns that Representative Kobayashi mentioned, but also I think that we can do much better to address this question. It's a really important problem. So we have to do a bit better, I think.
Thank you, Representative Martin.
Hi, I will also be voting no, and I just think mandatory minimums are always a bad idea. I think that the jury and the judge should always have some ability to look at the individual circumstances.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 219 SD2 HD2, recommendation of chairs to pass as is. Noting reservations by Representative Kobayashi. Any other members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Tan. Okay, any other members voting reservations? Okay, now we have no votes from Representative Martin and Representative Peruso. Any other members voting no? Okay, I have another no from Representative Wildberger. Any other members voting no? Okay, all other present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 664, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1, as stated in the hearing with the concurrence of the subject matter chairs. We will be removing parts 1 and 2, which is referencing the new Oahu Community Correction Center. The only part that will remain in this bill is the funding for the Hawaii Correctional System Oversight Commission. So this will be passed as a HD2 with those amendments and other technical non-substantive amendments. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 664 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendments. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 320, House Draft 1 relating to tax return preparers. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 320 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 599, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to massage therapists. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 599 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 766, House Draft 1 relating to motor carrier penalties. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 766 HD1, recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1101, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 1 relating to hurricane preparedness. This is deferred. Next up is Senate Bill 1104, House Draft 1 relating to contractors recovery fund. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1104 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1098, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to regulatory authority of the insurance commissioner. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1098 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1096, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to insurance. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Representative Kobayashi.
I would think that maybe we should go blank on the amount on the interest rate.
Oh, because this has a defective date, we'll take a look at
Oh,
it again.
okay. I mean, the
Right.
the
right.
change is big.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll revisit that. Okay, any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1096 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1100 relating to insurance data security. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 1100 SD1 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 513 relating to enforcement of laws. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 513 SD1 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1342 relating to illegal gambling. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1342 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Reservations by Representative Wildberger. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 819 relating to hospital sustainability program. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 819 SD2 HD2, recommendation of the chair is to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 324, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 1 relating to the practice of medicine. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 324 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 827. In light of the insurance commissioner's testimony, we will defer this until end of the agenda on Wednesday. We may have to do a sunrise study before passing this bill. So I will be talking to the subject matter committees about identifying a resolution or in lieu of a resolution. I don't know if that can be done by bill. Okay, so deferred until next Wednesday, end of the agenda. Next up is Senate Bill 1127 relating to emergency appropriation to pay for general assistance. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, making the effective date upon approval, and the amount that will be inserted will be $3.2 million. Hope that we can get agreement very quickly so that people on general assistance can get retroactive pay at the 360 somewhat dollars. And it is unfortunate that, you know, their amount was decreased because of lack of funds. Discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1127 SD1 HD1, recommendation of the chair is passed with amendment. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 589, Senate Draft 2, House Draft 2, relating to the University of Hawaii. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 589 SD2 HD2 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 386, Senate Draft 1, House Draft 2, relating to the detention of a minor in an adult jail or lockup. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 386 SD1 HD2 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 1039, which is the claims against the state. Recommendation is to pass as a HD2, adding the additional claims identified by the Attorney General's office and changing the means of finance from a fund to the department funds, except the two charter school claims because they don't have money to pay for it. Okay, any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1039 SD1 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass with amendment. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 412, House Draft 1, relating to operating a vehicle under the influence of an intoxicant. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote. Yes, Representative Peruso.
I'm going to be voting with reservations on this bill, noting the testimony of the public defender.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 412 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. I have reservations by Representative Peruso. Any other members voting reservations? Okay, any members voting no? All other present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 765. This will be deferred until Wednesday, end of agenda. Okay, next up is Senate Bill 630 relating to child support enforcement. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 630 SD1 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Okay, next up is Senate Bill 384, House Draft 1 relating to tax appeals. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 384 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1409 relating to training in Native Hawaiian rights. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
I am WR. I agree with DLNR that this is too much of a one size fits all.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 1409 SD2 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Noting reservations by Representative Kobayashi. Any other members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 873 relating to contested cases. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 873 SD1 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next up is Senate Bill 1260 relating to criminal trial, pretrial reform. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on Senate Bill 1260 SD1 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye. Chair, recommendation adopted.
Next up is Senate Bill 969. This will be deferred until end of calendar or end of agenda on Wednesday, next Wednesday. Next up is Senate Bill 294 relating to property forfeiture. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 294 SD1 HD1 recommendation of the chairs to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? No by Representative Martin. Any other members voting no? Okay, Chair, all present members vote aye.
Okay, lastly, Senate Bill 385 relating to uniform dress code. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? If not, please take the vote.
Members voting on SB 385, SD1, HD2, recommendation of the chair to pass as is. Any members voting reservations? Any members voting no? All present members vote aye, Chair. Recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Hearing is adjourned.